Whew. It's about to be a good one today. It's about to be a good one today. Today's show is going to probably elicit a lot of emotions from many people. Probably going to elicit a lot of emotions from many people. This conversation is going to be one of those conversations that's going to have to call for people to use one of those woke sounding words that I don't like, emotional intelligence, and really look at this, take your feels out of it and look at what's being said, because yeah, it's a lot of meat on the bone here. It's a lot of meat on the bone here. And I'm early on into doing my little pre-intro ramble. Before I play the intro, I'm sort of um, uh, we're going to get into it. We're going to step right in it, just like Scott Adams stepped right in it. So we're going to step right in it. We're going to go all the way down the rabbit hole with this one. We're going to look at it from every possible angle. So we definitely going to get in it. But I'm just I'm tiptoeing around what I want to say in the little teaser trailer moment right now, because it's a lot to unpack there. Somebody on my show said that whenever whenever a white person does something wrong to him, he walks away from it thinking, I forgot who it was, I don't know, it may have been Dirty Folks, I can't think of who it was, but I don't know if it was somebody on my show, let's not even apply it to Dirty Folks, I don't even know if it was him. Somebody on my show said whenever a white person does something wrong to him, he says, well, if I was in this position, I would have did him a lot worse. And I think that's how a lot of black people think. I think that's how a lot of black people think, that there's an element of black people where it's like they just operate like, oh, they just love them some white people. Or shout out to brother Xavier. He says, we love and we hate that white man all at the same time. And it's a weird dynamic, but that poll, to make sure I quote it correctly before I roll the intro, 27% said not okay to be white. 27% of black people said it's not okay to be white. Then another 22%, I'm probably botching it already. I'll pull it up to make sure I get the right totals. But another percentage over 20 said that it's they're not sure if it's okay to be white. So I always ask the question. Ever since I saw that, I've been asking the question. If you flipped it around and they asked white people, is it simply okay to be black? They didn't say nothing about behaviors, actions, or anything. They just said, is it okay to be black? And 47% was either said flat out no or unsure. That would rightfully be a national crisis. It would rightfully be a national crisis. But we just skating right by this one. But we about to get into it. I rambled for way too long. I will be joined. We do got a special guest coming up today that I want to talk about this with. And I already know the SKC and hood conservatives of the world. Shout out to them. They're the only ones who I've seen cover it. Shout out to them. I know they're going to want a piece of this. We almost 4 minutes in. I haven't even played the intro, but that's good. We're going to let people get in here. Hopefully we get 100 people in here before the conversation gets started. But let's get ready to go. Let's get it.
Greetings, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Here we go. We back in here. We at about the 6-minute mark. Make sure you hit the like button. Let people know that you're in here. That helps with the algorithm. That helps get things started. That help gets me going. Help gets it going. But yes, we got to get into this. We got to dive on into this. I will be joined by a special guest today. He's on CP time. But shout out to the Early Bird Squad. A special shout out to SKC and Hood Conservative. The only reason I know about this story is because of them, because they were on top of it right when it dropped. They was covering it, and I was dragging my feet getting to it, and then I got a call from a good friend of mine who will be joining the show momentarily. I got a call from a good friend of mine. He asked me had I heard about it, and he wanted to speak on it. So I'm like, hey, let's go, let's do it, let's make it happen. But shout out to those of you who made it in bright and early, who dropped a like before we even get things. We'll drop a comment and hopefully a like before we even got things started. But shout out to SKC says, I should not be involved in this show. However, my cooning senses are going haywire. I don't know why you wouldn't be involved in this show. This is right up your alley. Whenever I do topics like this, I think about you. Yeah, sometimes you do be cooning, but sometimes you bring a certain amount of precision to these conversations that is definitely needed. It's definitely needed. So don't ever think you gotta stay out. Don't ever think you gotta stay out. Whenever I do a topic like this, you be in the back of my mind. So I think I might just start reaching out to you right away, just up front, just like, hey, come on. I mean, this is the show I'm doing tomorrow, so so be ready. So just that way you can maybe clear an hour in your schedule. So, but anyway, Hood Conservative in the building. He says, I sense a powerful disturbance in the community. Absolutely. Hoop Jargon in the building. Creation Muse in the building says, cut the check or give us 40 to 80 years tax exemption. We lost generations of wealth and education. I actually want somebody who thinks along those lines to come up and participate in the conversation. Someone at the name of Van saying, please quote Scott within context. I don't know what your assumption is about the conversation that's about to take place here, that he would be quoted out of context. I don't know if you're saying that I'm going to say, it's like you can't really lie and say he said something that he didn't. You know, I listened to some liberal media, some woke media. I'll start calling it that. I listened to some woke media try to dance around it and try to say that I think 22% that said they're not sure if it's okay to be white. I think that they tried to dance around it by saying that, well, they weren't sure how to answer the question. And then they brought up that it is some nationalist slogan, it's okay to be white. But so I mean, and maybe that's, I wasn't even aware of that. And my ear is kind of to the streets on this stuff. So I don't think the black people who voted on it were thinking about that. I think that I look at it pretty straightforward. And in fact, I'm going to play a video where some people are going to, while criticizing Scott Adams, they're going to say a lot of things that confirm that, you know, nearly 50% of black people do feel this way about white people. And we could debate, you know, whether or not it's justified, whether or not it's historically justified. We'll get into that. But the fact of the matter is, I do think the poll is an accurate reflection of how black people think about white people. And then we could ask the question, well, okay, how should white people think about that? It does turn into a situation where you gotta weigh the balance of, is the racist just leaving each other the hell alone, is that an option? I mean, not is that an option, but is based off race relations. And granted, this is America, melting pot, everybody, hold hands and sing "We Are the World, We Are the Children" and all of that, and our diversity is our strength and all of that. But we can't deny the simple fact that there's some historical and current racial disharmony, or at least thoughts, views, and perspectives that the different races have on each other, to where it's this poll shines a light on a lot. I'm trying to wait before I get all the way into it. I'm waiting on my special guest to arrive. But while I wait on him, Creation Muse says, let me make sure I can see that. Hold on. I see Sir Tyson just dropped one on it. Creation Muse says, Black is an ethnicity. White is a construct. How about whites identify as their ethnicity? I don't think that adds any value to the conversation. Those are probably true statements that in a certain context are worth saying about, but to the meat of this conversation, it's not valuable. Now I'm getting a text message. Somebody says JB is saying he didn't. Okay, JB, Jonathan Barronville, is my special guest today, and he's saying he didn't receive the link. And no, I wasn't. He messaged me 4 times saying I wasn't looking at my. Okay, what email am I supposed to be sending this to? Let me go to sent so I can call you a liar. Okay, yeah, no, I sent it to. Oh, I sent it. Okay, I know. Okay, I know what I got to do. I know why you didn't get that one. I sent it to an email that I don't think you use. I got to send it to you. All right, here you go. There you go. You should have it. You should have it. All right. All right, my bad, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, Creation Muse, I see what you're saying. I see what you're talking about, but what you're saying is probably true. But for the grand scheme of this conversation, that's really not that important. That's not that important. That's a deflection. And I don't even know how Black is an ethnicity and white is a construct. That's why I said what you said is probably true, but not really relevant. Shout out to Sir Tice in the building. Says, I have meetings, but here's my take. How many Black people do you know that read Dilbert? That's his comic strip. Why do some care so much what white people think? Good question. That was one of my initial responses. I talked to somebody and they said something along the lines, but he did say that those numbers are staggering to the point of you could look at Black people as a hate group. And somebody said to me, well, if we're viewed as a hate group, like, what do you go do about that? That means somebody can just open fire and start, hate groups can get taken out. Are you okay with that? It's like, no, this is just a dude. There's just a dude on YouTube that got 100,000 subscribers in a comic strip that he don't have anymore. But he's a talking head personality, and he'll probably make it better off being just a talking head personality. He's a talking head. Like, we live in a world where a sitting president of the United States was banned on Twitter for saying hateful things. Like, we're not in a place where they're going to be rounding us up and putting us in concentration camps. Like, we're not in that world. But that's how that's the threat level that some Black people have when it comes to white people. He says, but why do some care so much what the white people think? Do Black people with money want to live in Black neighborhoods? That's a good question. Shout out to Steph Curry, who got a little bit of media attention. Got a little media attention when he opposed a low-income housing development being built next to his $20 million mansion. He was like, nah, I don't want all that. And RM, I think I sent you the link to RM. He didn't want baby mamas. He didn't want baby mamas and they bad kids infecting his kids. He didn't want little Riley Curry turning up pregnant by Junebug and knucking them. But anyway, all right, let's go ahead and get into it. We got JB in the building. Flip your camera around. Flip your camera around. Like, man, act like you on Lapeef. You know how to work your camera now. Don't come over here being brand new.
Wait, what you mean?
No, just turn it so it can work the long way. Just okay.
Oh, you mean
like, okay,
you mean in landscape form?
Okay, your phone has.
You mean landscape? You mean landscape?
I'm just saying, turn it like that so you'll have a wide screen shot.
I gotta fix in a second then, because it's on a stand. So
I don't know. I mean, you be having professional videographers shooting you when you on Lapeef in Fight Club. You come over here, got the Android out on me. Okay, I see how you do me, JB.
You're silly, bro.
I see how you do me, JB.
No, I was laughing at what you just said when you were talking about Steph Curry. That's actually hilarious.
What's your thoughts on that before we dig into the main topic? What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, that's usually how it goes. There was another story actually not too long ago about you might not be familiar with him, but a lot of folks who are in tech probably know this name. This guy named Marc Andreessen. There's a little bit of an echo, Bernard. I don't know if it's just me, but anyways, this guy named Marc Andreessen, he's one of the co-founders of this venture capital firm, this big venture capital firm in the Valley, in Silicon Valley. And there was something similar to in his case where, he always talks about, well, not always, but he's talked about, being in favor of low-income housing and stuff like that. And the moment they try to actually, I forgot exactly what it was, but they tried to build something in his rich-ass neighborhood in California. It was discovered that his name was on the list of people who like strictly opposed, not just opposed, but like strictly opposed this idea. But like, on social media and interviews and stuff like that, he would talk about how much, he thought it was important to have this type of housing and blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, we already know how people feel based on what they do when they get money. No matter how many lies, no matter how many lies we want to tell ourselves, most Black people, once they get some bread, they get up and leave. Like if they were living in the hood, because not all Black people live in the hood, but they get up and leave. So we already know that.
All right. This link that I'm putting in the chat is for RM. Don't everybody take it all at once, but I do want to get the opinion from a lot of you on this one. But okay. So that link is for RM, so you can work the administrative controls in the back and whatnot. But all right. So let's get into it. You hit me up. Because you wanted to talk about this one. This apparently this story touched your heart. you had a lot that you wanted to say about it. So we're about to go ahead and get into it. The overall genesis of the story, as I see it, I'm looking. Okay, never mind. I was looking over your head trying to see what was that on your refrigerator. I'm just trying to find something to roast you on, but ain't nothing. I was like, what is that behind him? That's just some Bounty napkins. Okay, cool, no big deal. Can't make a joke about the napkins. But okay. So yeah, so there was a poll. There was a poll done by, granted, I mean, some of the criticism, but that was some right wing publication did a poll or whatever. They asked the question, is it okay to be white? And as I understand it, I think 26% of Black people who answered the poll said no, not okay to be white. And another 22% said not sure if it's okay to be white. And Scott Adams, who I didn't even know about before this, So, you know, I didn't care like from the standpoint of who it came from, but I did care about analyzing just the thought process and implications of it and his response to it. So we're going to play some clips of his response to it, but just overall, where are you at on that? What made you so passionately want to jump in and speak on this one? So go ahead. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Okay, so first of all, Bernard, you ain't even provide the context. I called you about it because I was trying to give you a show idea, because I thought it was an important enough topic. But
Oh, my bad. Okay,
yeah,
well, you're right. You're right. That is right. I did say, shoot, come on my show and talk about it. But no, but you did say that you missed doing your show on Lapeef. So I took that as you was, wanted to, really wanted to elaborate and speak on it. So that's how I kind of took it. But either way, yeah, you're here now. So go ahead, you got it.
yes, sir. So I think one of the things that struck me with this is that this is one of like the classic examples of you have to be able to like separate your emotions, right, from how you analyze things logically, right, logically and intellectually. So,
Mm-hmm.
Off rip, like the first time I actually saw the clip, I actually saw it. It was like a YouTube short or something where they basically only showed the part where he said, stay the heck away from black people. Which I mean, I've learned now, like over a pretty decent period of time, that I just don't trust clips. So I was very curious, like, what's the context of this? So I hadn't seen any other streams on it or anything, and so I went to look for it myself, and that's when I actually got to see like what he actually said. And I'll be honest, like, you know, by default, when I hear somebody say something like that, like it does attack your, emotional strings, right? Like it makes you think, like, damn, like that's how you feel, right? But when I had took a step back and said, okay, what did he just say? And he talked about the poll. So I actually went and I looked at the poll directly, and I sent you the link. I sent you the link to the direct poll and on their website and whatnot. I went and I looked at the poll, and then I listened to what he said in context. And what he said in context, I realized it makes sense logically, whether you like it or like putting your emotions aside. Logically, what he said makes sense. If the only conditional is, do you believe the poll, right? And so for
Mm-hmm.
me, like that was my first question is, do I trust this poll, right? Because it is a poll, it's not a study, right? There's a difference between like some kind of
Yeah.
scientific study, right? Some statistical research per se versus like a poll that, because in studies, by the way, there are things that they usually control for, right? Whereas in this case, it's just, hey, take this poll. It's hard to really gauge who's actually taking the poll, etc. But if we just go at it empirically, right, and anecdotally, it does not actually shock me, and that's what's sad about this. Like, it does not shock me just looking at it from an empirical perspective. Um, I've heard a lot of black people, you know, like basically say what he said, what the poll said. Not only that, actually worse. You know what I'm saying? Like if you
Mm-hmm.
look at the chick, she's like a professor at Rutgers, I think. Brittany Cooper, the feminist, the fat feminist, right? If you
Yeah.
look at her, if you look at her and you hear some of the shit that she said about white people, shit, even Mark Lamont Hill, right? Like I've heard him personally, like I've heard him directly. I mean, he tends to be a little bit more diplomatic with how he says some things, but still,
Mm-hmm.
I've heard him basically talk about white people in this way and whatnot. So we can't act like this is like some new thing. Like we're not aware that black people feel this way about white people. And so for me, like even though initially my thought was, okay, can I really trust the results of this poll? At the end of the day, just looking at it from an empirical perspective, I'm like, I don't really think it's that off. Like, I would probably guess that it's probably higher, depending on where you're at in the states and whatnot. So that was my take on it. Is that what he's saying logically follows? Like it actually, and if you actually do a simple exercise of, let me do the inverse, right? Let me flip it, and let me say, okay, what if instead of whites it was sorry, what if instead of whites it was blacks, and what if instead of blacks it was Asians, right? Then if the poll was almost half, about half of Asians don't believe it's okay to be black, right? There would be outrage, right? We would say, see, we knew it. We knew them Asians were racist. We saw how they treat us when we went in their stores, and what I'm saying. Or if it was whites and blacks, right? It would be, we've been knew that's how y'all felt, et cetera, et cetera. So it's interesting that a lot of black folks is sometimes it almost seems like they expect white people to be non-human, right? Like they're still human. You know what I'm saying? They're still human, and if they got to deal with an environment where every time they're being demonized, like a lot of white folks don't even feel like it's okay. I mean, it's okay to be white themselves. Like forget what black people say, because of how much they're demonized just because of their race, right? Because of the sins of their ancestors and stuff like that. So to me, I just that was my take on it. That if I had to simplify it, because I'm long-winded as hell. So if I had to simplify it, I would say my take is just that, from an emotional perspective, obviously I don't want to hear somebody saying something like that, right? Because it's a little bit. I wish it didn't get to this point, is what I'm saying, right? But logically, I can't blame the man. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, like I said, I can't blame him if he genuinely can tell, like, listen, these people don't like us, right? They don't like us. If half of that population is saying they don't fuck with us, why should we mess with you? Like, why should we like you? And why should we want to live near you if you think we're the walking devils, right? We're devils, and we shouldn't even be okay with being what we're born with, something they cannot change, right? A white person cannot change the fact that they're white. So yeah, that's my gist of.
Yeah.
That's
before
just my take.
before I roll the tape, I'll just point this out, is that, and he actually says this in the tape, that he would, I think, as I understand it, at one point he was sort of more on the woke side. He talked about some philanthropy that he used to do to try to help, black people and this or that. And it's so it is an interesting dynamic, like the woke the woke side of white people, I guess the more liberal white people, the wokies. They, it's like they're pushing for, rooting for, and supporting, sometimes with just lip service and hashtags. But either way, it's like it is a factor in the equation that I think that they will realize that a lot of these people don't rock with you. And it's a weird dynamic where that black people are in, a weird situation that a lot of black people are in. They expect white people, or the white governmental structure, as they would call it, or white supremacy, as they would call it, or whatever. They expect that to do something for black people, while simultaneously you hate them and you think they hate you, but you're asking something of them. It turns into a weird thing. It's like, hey, are they your enemy or not? And then I think what's happening with Scott Adams, he just saying, wait a minute, I'm your enemy. It's like, I think that's what he's come to the conclusion of. But go ahead, say what you're about to say, and I'm gonna go ahead and get the tape ready to roll it.
Yeah, so two things on what you just said, right? So the first thing is that I think one of the fundamental mistakes that I hear black people make all the time when black folks speak about white folks is that, and we actually talked about this, Bernard, you and I, like, is not differentiating between the white individual, right, the person, at the micro level, and let's say I accept, okay, the white power structure, or whatever they want to call it, systemic racism, blah blah blah, right? Like that, those are two different things, right? Like the average white person, you know what I'm saying, that's just waking up every day, going to work just like you, trying to feed their family or whatnot, like they did not enslave you. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the ancestors enslaved your ancestors, right? But it's actually ridiculous when you think about the fact that a lot of black folks seem to want the average white person today, right, to somehow pay for the sins of their ancestors, right? Yeah. And it's pretty ridiculous, because it's like, if your pops was a crackhead, whatever he did, you're not responsible for what your dad did. You know what I'm saying? You're your own person, and so to me, like, I think that's the first thing, is like, when, whatever the topic is, whether it's like, let's say it's reparations, right? There's a valid argument that can be made for reparations, but once you start targeting it at individual white people, it goes from potentially valid to stupid, right? Because the average white person today is not the one who did all these things that you're talking about. So just that differentiator between the white power structure versus individual white people, that's the first thing. The second point that I just want to make real quick is, like, to the last thing you said, right, which I find incredible, is like how these days, and I've seen this in corporate America in particular, where it's almost like white folks are like forced to just take it, right? Like, you just got to accept it, while and a good example of this is like diversity and inclusion movements, right? Like this is something I've seen firsthand. Is you'll have a black woman that's making $250,000. Okay, this is something I've seen firsthand, Bernard. I'm not talking about some theory, right? You'll have a black woman that's making $250,000 at a tech company to be some head of diversity or whatever or whatnot, and literally her job is basically to tell the same white people paying her $250,000 a year that they ain't shit. Like to me, it's actually, I mean, it's mind blowing because I sit there and I think, and I'm looking at it even just from the white person's angle. I'm like, why do y'all take this shit? You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. I'm like, why do y'all accept this? I mean, I'm not even mad at her because she getting her coins or whatever. I don't, I listen, get your coins, right? I'm not mad at her, but I look at the white people like, why are you paying this person $250,000 to tell you ain't shit? Right? So that it's this weird thing where it's like you're simultaneously a victim, but at the same time you're making more money than the top 1% of your demographic makes. Right? Like it's kind of, it doesn't even make any sense. It's like trying to make something that inherently doesn't make sense make sense, basically.
All right. So we about to go ahead and get on into it. About to roll the not so beautiful bean footage or beautiful bean footage, depending on how you look at it. I don't know. But shout out to Theo in the building. Says, wait, I thought that ABW said all white men want them, and Mark Anderson developed the Mosaic browser at my university and it became Netscape. I don't even know what you're talking about right there, but he says I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, so he's talking about so the guy I mentioned, Mark Andreessen. That's why I mentioned people in tech know who he is. He actually helped create one of the first. He helped create one of the first. In fact, he actually created basically one of the first browsers. You know, like how you use Chrome, Firefox, whatnot. Like he created one of the first browsers. That basically actually technically became, I mean, not directly, but long term became what's known as Firefox today.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I want 150,000. But we can settle out of court right now for $20.
Man, get your.
Thank you, Theo, for the $20. Do appreciate it. And shout out to who else we got in here? Dwayne Rhodes just put his last $2 on it. Thank you very much.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
I just read that. He said he polled all black Hebrew Israelites. Yeah, that's a good theory. That ain't a bad theory, but
yeah, they really don't like white people. I can tell you.
Yeah.
There's another group too that really don't fuck with white people, but they're not as like, they're more focused on themselves. So I'm not gonna, like, the Hebrew Israelites are really out there. I would say the NOI, like, they really don't fuck with white people. But at least like they're less about, like, they spend most of their time focusing on themselves rather than like talk about how bad the white devil is. So right. I would say that's the other one.
All right. Well, let's
finest thing that's ever happened in the universe
and get into it. Hopefully, I can pinpoint the exact spot where I think it was about at the 13-minute, say 13.5-minute mark. That's about where it starts right there. So we can get the context here. Y'all can know exactly what we're talking about. We can get exactly who we're talking about here. But all right, let's go.
They said, do you agree or disagree with the statement? I don't even want to think about it because it's so awful. Well, Rasmussen poll had a provocative little poll today. They said, do you agree or disagree with the statement, it's okay to be white? That was an actual question. Rasmussen asked, white and black voters, and probably others, do you disagree or agree with the statement, it's okay to be white? 26% of blacks said no. It's not okay to be white. 21% weren't sure. Add them together, that is 47% of black respondents were not willing to say it's okay to be white.
All right, pushing pause right there. Pushing pause right there. Again, let's try to just walk through the level of outrage it would be if flipped around. I want to make something very clear before I walk down this path. I'm not in the business of shedding a tear or lighting a candle for white people's feelings. That ain't what I'm in. That ain't what I'm in it for. I'm looking at this and analyzing it just from the perspective of just looking at it, how would it play out? How would it play out in two different ways? One, if it was flipped around, like you said, if they just went right to white people and asked the question, is it okay to be black? They didn't say nothing about behaviors, actions, or nothing like that. They just said okay to be black. Utter outrage if 47% was either saying no, it's not okay, or unsure if it's okay. Like utter and absolute outrage, pandemonium. Like the sky would be falling. The sky would be falling. Now, again, we're looking at this from the perspective of, this is coming from the perspective of somebody who, and you're going to talk about it, how he said he was identifying, I don't know if it was trolling, I don't know what to do, but he said he was identifying as black and was doing a lot of things to help black people. I'll let him explain that. He was like really just gung-ho for black people, so he claims. A lot of philanthropy, pulling his resources to try to help, try to big up black people in any way. Obviously, that's what a lot of people on the left ultimately do or talk about or pay lip service to, at least. Like that's part of the deal. We want to, we're here for black people. Like that's an aspect of it. And then it's like a kick in the, are they logically sound for viewing it as a kick in the nuts to the people that they're ultimately trying to help, looking at them as just these evil moral monsters even today. That's
Bernard,
that's really the discussion. Go ahead, you got it.
yeah, to use an argument that we like to use, in this space a lot, right? When we talk about, for example, marriages, and we say, hey, 50% of marriages end in divorce, right? Mm-hmm. And we say somewhere between 70 and 80, whatever percent of those divorces are followed by women. And you ask a man a logical question, is that a risk worth taking if you know that you have a 1 in 2 chance of the shit failing? And frankly, regardless of what you do, simply because we know the overwhelming majority of them are followed by women. And an analogy that's usually used for that scenario is, if you were gonna jump off a plane and you were told, before going on the plane that, hey, your parachute is gonna have a 1 in 2 chance, a 50% chance of not working, aka you dying. Would you actually still go jump off that plane? And any sane person would say, no, I'm not gonna go jump off a plane if I have a 1 in 2 chance of my parachute not working. I mean, think about it, Bernard. Like, one of the most dangerous games somebody can play is Russian roulette. And in Russian roulette, you have a 1 in 6 chance, right? You have a 1 in 6 chance of you shooting yourself, right? In this scenario, you have 1 in 2 chance. What I'm getting at is that it absolutely logically follows. Like, if you put all your emotions aside, right? Because again, I get that it feels bad to hear what he's getting at. But if you put your emotions aside, it absolutely follows. It absolutely makes sense logically to say, okay, if 1 in 2 black people don't even believe in my right to essentially exist, right? Which, funny enough, is actually kind of a similar argument that trans people make, but we're not going to get into that rabbit hole right now.
Yeah,
but
any criticism of them, you're saying that they don't have the right to exist. Yeah,
correct. Yeah. So it's like, if you actually believe that 1 in 2 black folks don't even believe in your right to exist, then what he's saying makes complete sense, putting yourself in his shoes. And I think one of the things most people struggle with today is the inability to look at something from somebody else's shoes, especially if that thing makes them uncomfortable. Like, don't think about it just as, a black man, black woman, or whatnot. If you are a white man, a straight white male today, right, and you see how white people are talked about, and you see a poll like this, what are you supposed to think? Like, are you supposed to just take it? You know, because that's the type of shit that people would say. It's like, take it, just take it. Like, what are they supposed to do?
Well, okay, now this question here, let me make it, hold on. So the statement, or the comment I should say, is saying, okay, so 47% of those black people answering that vague, indefinite ass question hurt Mr. Charlie's feelings to the point where he says, stay away from black people. Yeah, okay. Now, what's your thoughts on that comment? Because I think it does kind of speak to what you're saying, that they're supposed to be just 100% numb to it. And I've heard black people ultimately argue that, hey, given the historical context in America and what black people went through and still going through, fuck y'all feelings. We can say whatever the hell we want to say. We don't care if y'all don't like it.
And guess what?
Y'all just need to get over it and dance around it, or figure out how to fix it. That's
and guess what? And guess what? You know, they could say fuck your feelings too, right? And again, like, ultimately, nobody, like, I'm not gonna sit here and argue history with you, right? In terms of white, or what, you know, their white ancestors did to, you know, our ancestors stuff. I'm not gonna argue that, but they're not responsible for that, right? Like, the current white man today, right, in America today, is not responsible for enslaving our ancestors. It's just not true. Like, it's just not the case, right? And so, if you want to make, if you like, again, what it comes down to is actually similar to feminism as well, Bernard. It comes down to a lot of black folks just want their lick back, right? They just want their lick back. They want revenge, right? You don't actually want, you know, to feel equal. You don't even, like, I don't even believe it's about justice. Is you just want your lick back. You want white folks to feel some kind of way because of what your ancestors went through. And, you know, and I'm not going to argue with somebody that that's how they feel, right? But ultimately, they don't have to take it. And yes, and ultimately, that's the other thing too, is that, again, we treat white folks like they're not humans, just like the rest of us. They're fucking humans. So if this person believes that you basically hate them, like 1 and 2 black folks basically hate them. If you don't believe in their right to exist, then you basically don't like them. And I would actually go as far as saying you hate them, which is why he makes the argument that it's a hate group. Then yes, they do not have to be near you. In fact, it's ideal for them. It makes a lot of sense for them to say, I'm going to stay away from black people, right? Look, Bernard, look at another scenario, right? You look at police brutality, police brutality narratives, right? If you actually look at the stats, police are not like out here like hunting black people, and just look at the data. They're not out here hunting black people and, you know, like basically making it hard for the average black person to live their lives every day, right? It happens. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but the way that the media portrays it, it's not like it's happening at some alarming rate. It's just not. Like, our people speak from their emotions. Yet, even at the level that it's happening, right? A lot of black folks want that to be the focus. They want to talk about how bad it is and how we should stay away from the police and shit, how we should even abolish the police, right? Even at such a low rate of these incidents taking place, right? And usually with people who are actually, you know, guilty of some kind of crime. Not always, but usually, right? And despite how low, right, comparatively, that rate is, black folks want, you know, a lot of black folks want to abolish the police, want to, you know, basically have an issue with it. But you want this man, right, who's getting some kind of feedback that 1 and 2 of this population does not actually want him to even exist, and you think he's just in his feelings to say, I want to stay away from y'all. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, the logic that, like, a lot of people just struggle with logic, right? This is not my opinion. It's just logically, it makes sense what he's saying. It just does, no matter how it makes you feel.
Yeah. Let me pull it back on up. Let's go.
That's like a real poll. This just happened. Did you have any idea? Would you have imagined that could have happened? So I realized, as you know, I've been identifying as black for a while, years now, because I like to be on the winning team, and I like to help. And I always thought, well, if you help the black community, that's sort of the biggest lever. You know, you can find the biggest benefit. So I thought, well, that's the hardest thing and the biggest benefit. So I'd like to focus a lot of my life resources in helping black Americans. So much so that I started identifying as black to just be on the team I was helping. But it turns out that nearly half of that team doesn't think I'm okay to be white, which is, of course, why I identified as black, because so I could be on the winning team for a while. But I have to say, this is the first political poll that ever changed my activities. I don't know that that's ever happened before. Normally you see a poll, you just look at it and you go, whatever. Oh, this is interesting what other people think. But as of today, I'm going to re-identify as white because I don't want to be a member of a hate group. I'd accidentally joined a hate group. So if nearly half of all blacks are not okay with white people, according to this poll, not according to me, according to this poll, that's a hate group. That's a hate group.
All right. If half of Asians said it's not okay to be black, JB, do you view them as a hate group?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So I really want the results. I really want the results to the white people, to the opposite version where they ask white people, is it okay to be black? I really want the results to that. Like that would shed a light on it. Because like I said in the beginning of the show, somebody on my show said that every time a white person do something wrong to him, he looks at it like, if I was in that position, I would have did him a lot worse. Like I heard somebody say that. And I think that's where black people are at when it comes to white people. If they were in position, they would probably many of us would probably do worse if they were if we were in the position to do so. I think that much is true. And so the most interesting thing here is one, the white people who are on the side of the on the woke side of the aisle that want to like what he's talking about, like who wants to do things to help black people, to uplift and all of that and blah 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 blah. The white people who are on that side of the aisle coming to that realization that I'm doing this for these people that hate me. Like it's almost a weird situation. It's almost like the extremist pro-black nationalists and the white nationalists are the only people who I guess properly identify the other as the enemy and act accordingly. But it's like everybody else they don't see it that way, even though they may think it that way, but then they don't practice that way, but then they expect this, or they expect people to treat them like this, but then I'm going to treat you like this. I'm going to talk all this shit about you. I'm going to bring up the history, and you did this and you did that, but I expect this from you, but I hate you. And it turns into just an all around goofy situation when you're talking about race relations in America, where I do think a good percentage of white people are true believers on the woke left side, and they do think that the things that they do, the things that they pursue, the things that they support, their little hashtags, how they vote, and all of that, I think they honestly believe it's helping black people. So again,
I disagree, Bernard. I disagree.
You disagree. You don't think it's leftist true believers out there. I'm not talking about the liberal elite who are trying to maintain power. I'm talking about the little people I'm talking about the people with the purple hair. You don't think they're true believers?
So yeah, I'm talking about them too, Bernard. Because see, this is something that I can draw from my past experience when I was on the left and I was an activist.
Okay.
I don't know if you forgot that, right? So I used to be an actual activist on the ground, organizing, saying a lot of the same dumb shit that leftists say. And I can tell you in hindsight that a lot of the white folks in leftist movements, even if I will say this, even if initially they come into it, with the idea that, okay, these black people are suffering, because inherently they view you as a victim, right? Like that's obvious,
yes.
Right? So inherently they view you as a victim. So even if initially they come into it with the goal of helping black people, what ends up happening, and I'm again speaking from experience as a former leftist activist, not just somebody on the internet. Like I used to literally be on the streets with protest signs. Unfortunately, but that's my background. I can't, pretend. Anyways, what ends up actually happening is that as they do this more, they actually end up seeing themselves as some kind of white savior, right? Some kind of like, I'm here to save you and I'm here to protect you. It's actually funny because a lot of times, like,
See, it sounds like you agree with me that they're on some I'm here to save you, I'm here to protect you, but then now
right,
they're
but I'm saying
realizing
it's not
the people that they're trying to save and protect actually hate their guts.
right. But no, actually, and here's the funny thing. The funny thing is, again, I'm saying this in hindsight, they know this, right? Because, I was going to get to this in a second, like, it's so, like, people talk about this stuff so openly nowadays, right? Like, when I used to organize, like, the Black people in these organizations, literally in these groups, like, these protest groups and whatnot, they would openly, like, spew anti-white shit, like, in front of the white people, like, right to their face. And the thing is, a lot of these leftist white folks felt like they had to just accept it because I'm white and I'm bad, basically, right? Because I'm white and I'm bad, I have to just take it. I have to, it's my fault, and I'm here to serve you guys. And that's why, for example, when we do some protests, sometimes we would intentionally put let's say the white females at the front of the protest, right? Like that was something that we would do strategically because the white females, nobody's gonna come after them, everybody's gonna try to protect them, blah blah blah, all the same, again, all the dumb shit that leftists say, right? And we would intentionally put them at the front, and it was so weird because it's like, okay, you're protesting something that you're claiming happening to, and I'm not saying it was weird when I was in it, right? Because I'm not gonna pretend like I felt like the way I feel now, but it's weird looking in hindsight because it's like you're putting these white folks in at the front of something that you're saying affects Black people, right? And they come to view themselves as a savior, as somebody who needs to protect you and tell you about how oppressed you are and how they're going to be the ones that are going to give up their white privilege and make the United States better for you, right? And it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Ultimately, like I said, I don't think it's my counter essentially to you, Bernard, is that even if they come in with some kind of noble goal to save the victims, at some point it transitions from this noble goal to save the victims to I'm here to save these Black people now. Like in other like to the more like it's not noble anymore. It's just I'm basically I'm superior to you. Like they actually view themselves as superior.
Okay.
That's what I mean. Like they actually view themselves as superior, and they're actually here to save you, little Black man, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. So yeah, we on the same page with that. I do, and that was one of the problems that I started, having when I left that side of the aisle, is that people could talk all day about Republicans being racist, but with, I believe it's George Bush's original quote, "The soft bigotry of low expectations." Yes, they are. They do got to look down at you and think that you're not capable of fixing your own problems if they're going to roll up their sleeves to try to do that much to fix your problems. And that's not even talking about the government doing things for its citizens. That so some could argue that, okay, the government should do this or it shouldn't do that, or this is enabling, or this is, this is what the government in a Western, modernized, civilized, industrialized, wealthy country should do. That when you get into the minutia of a political debate. But when you're talking about the individual on the ground showing up with the purple hair and their bleeding heart, it's like you can be, fooled into thinking that they actually care. But I think you're saying your experience basically was when you were out there on the ground with them, it just turns into a they think they're superior. They're just here to lord over you. They're basically just here to manage you. Basically, that's what they're on.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah. This is, and I'm saying across the board. Like I can maybe think of like one or two white folks that probably genuinely felt like I'm doing something good for the world, right? But overall, like I've seen it. I saw it happen across the board where it's like they come in with a goal that seems noble, from the leftist perspective, but like by the end of it, they're basically superior to you, and they're basically they will find every way to tell you how victimized you are, right? Even in ways that you've never experienced, right? Now they become the ones that the professor that's going to tell you, yeah, that this is all the things, and it's so cringe, Bernard. Like when I see white folks with like have a certain level of white guilt, and they feel the need to like it's just, I don't even know how to describe it. It's other than cringe. It's just so cringe, like where they feel like, oh, I'm white and I'm bad. You know what I'm saying? Like I rather, and this is actually one of the reasons why I actually love conservatives, right? Is because, I've never felt belittled by a conservative. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I was on the left, again, in hindsight, you realize how much belittling you experience, how much, like you said, the soft bigotry of low expectations, right? How much of that you experience. Whereas I've just never felt that. I've never felt that, no matter all these narratives about how much, conservatives believe in oppressing black people, blah, blah, blah. I've never felt belittled by a conservative. I've always felt like they just believe in a meritocracy. And I understand that meritocracy is not always possible in every scenario, but still they believe that if you can work hard, if you can if you have what it takes, you can compete, right? And that's, for me, as a man, in hindsight, that's why it makes me wonder sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, how the fuck was I on the left? You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes I really question myself, like, how the hell was I on the left? Because to me now, I look at it in hindsight, and I'm like, this shit was poison. Like, it was straight up poison for you, as even as a man, to think so little of yourself that you can't compete with the rest of the population simply because you're black. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Anyway, I'm not gonna go on a rant.
All right, cool. Let's roll some more of it.
And I don't want to have anything to do with them. And I would say, based on the current way things are going, the best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people. Just get the fuck away. Wherever you have to go, just get away. Because there's no...
Now, real quick on that point, I think there's a lot of black people who like to quote Malcolm X. They got a Malcolm X poster on their wall and the whole works. They fist in the air. They on their Huey P. Newton shit. I think they more or less should agree with that statement. I think that, because there's a lot of them that's of the view that separation is the way. And then we can argue that, once the segregation or desegregation happened, black people lost a lot of things that, the ability to build our own shit gradually faded away to whereas we so happy to sit down and eat at their restaurants that now we don't have our own shit. We're so happy to go to be, we can take out a loan at their bank. Okay, now we don't have our own banks. It's like, so there's an element of pro-blackness to where they really shouldn't be that mad at what he's saying. He's basically saying white people need to remove themselves from the situation and black people need to do their own thing.
Bernard,
go ahead.
Bernard, beyond what you're saying, if we're being honest, and again,
Okay.
I think a lot of people struggle with being honest, most black people would agree with him even on another level, if they want to be honest about it. I mean, think about, like we were talking about earlier, how many black people, the moment they get some bread, move out the hood, right?
Mhm.
Like, a lot, listen, and I openly say this, okay? I don't want to be around niggas, right? I love black people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I love black people. I love being around productive black people. You know what I'm saying? Productive black men that are out here getting it.
You're like
making
Chris
shit
Rock,
happen.
like the Chris
Yeah.
Rock. I love black people, but I hate niggas. Yeah, I know. I get it.
Listen,
I get it.
I absolutely abhor niggas. Like, I despise them, right? And I got some niggas in my own family, and guess what? I despise them niggas too. Like, so I believe in separation. I fully believe in separation. Separate yourself from these niggas. So even when, one of the points he's about to make about, the living conditions and whatnot, black people can act stupid, but we know what he's saying is facts when he talks about the living conditions, right? When we talk about, he took an example, and, I think you're going to get to it, from Don Lemon himself talking about this. And I've experienced this firsthand. Like, when you see how, the difference between how white folks treat their neighborhoods versus how black folks treat their neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? Like, I grew up in the hood and I seen how just black people don't respect their own neighborhoods. Black people just don't, right? Whereas, in white neighborhoods, you're more likely to see white folks looking after their shit and keeping their shit clean and not littering all over the damn place and all that, right? I'm not saying it's perfect, but I'm saying it's a very distinct difference, right? And again, for some reason, when we get into these conversations, suddenly black folks act like they got amnesia and they don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Like it's some shit that we're making up. It's real life. So that's just, I don't know. That's just my take on it. I fully believe in separation. You know what I'm saying? I do not want to be associated with, around, most of these niggas who destroy black people, right? Who sell drugs to black people, who kill other black people, all that. I don't want to be around you. I don't want to know you, right? If you're my family, you're no longer my family, etc. That's how I feel.
No fixing this. This can't be fixed. All right, this can't be fixed. You just have to escape. So that's what I did. I went to a neighborhood where, I have a very low black population, because unfortunately there's a high correlation between the density. And this is according to Don Lemon, by the way. So here I'm just quoting Don Lemon when he notes that when he lived in.
What do you say to what somebody said in the chat that is wrong? You're comparing white suburbs to black hoods.
So that's actually a fair that's a fair statement. I think that's actually a fair statement. I think that's a fair statement. But I think you can even compare some black affluent areas as well. But I'm not even going shift the goalposts. Like I do think that's a fair statement. I'm just saying though, I've noticed the difference. And okay, there's even some white areas that are not necessarily like suburbs, right? Like they're just not the hood per se, but you could even say they're hood adjacent, and they just treat their communities better. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. But I do think that's a fair statement. I do think that's a fair statement. So I'm not gonna argue that point.
Yeah. Nobody's denying the existence of white trailer parks. Yeah, they exist. They exist.
But see, Bernard, even when we talk about white trailer parks, right? Let's say, okay, for example, on the littering, since I took that example, sure, the same thing may exist in a white trailer park compared to a black, the black hoods, right? But I can tell you one thing that we cannot find any other demographic of people that compare to black people on this is how the rate at which we delete each other, right? There's just no other demographic, and this is just a statistical fact, right? It's not, and black people quickly go into the proximity thing and say, oh, it's proximity, blah blah blah. Okay, great. Even if I accept its proximity, it's still crazy the rate at which we delete each other. Not only that, on top of that, it's like the rate at which we commit violent crimes in general. Like in general, like I'm not just saying even to other black people, I'm saying in general, the rate at which we commit violent crimes, it's higher amongst black men by such a large margin, it's not even funny, right? It's not even funny. So ultimately, the ultimate point I'm making stands, but sure, you like the argument about the neighborhoods and how you treat them. I can see that argument if you're saying it's white suburbs versus black hoods, because the poverty element, you can't take that out of it. Resources, etc. So I get that argument.
Mostly black neighborhood, there were a bunch of problems that he didn't see in white neighborhoods. So even Don Lemon sees a big difference in your own quality of living based on where you live and who's there. So
wait, real quick, I said it once, I said it again. Part of the problem is that when you got the hood, when black people come up and they move out the hood, they go sprinkle themselves into white neighborhoods. So the decent black people who will treat a neighborhood in a community well, they just become just a little small, barely visible cog in the machine of a white neighborhood. So the collective of white people get the credit for it. There's not enough black people who got successful and then coalesced in the same spot to where we can look at it and say, there's a nice black neighborhood with functioning community. I mean, there are some, they exist, they out there, but it's not as many of them to where we just could readily identify or even got a name for, like, how often have you heard the term black suburb? We could say a white suburb, but how often do we say a black suburb? Because it's not, because we just black people with money just go sprinkle off into other they go sprinkle off into white suburbs. So that's part of the issue.
There's an exception. There is an exception, Bernard. Like in areas like Atlanta, right? Because you have such a concentration of black people, and especially affluent black people, you do see a bit more of that in Atlanta. But if you're looking at it just nationally and whatnot, like you're spot on. And Bernard, let me ask you a question, right?
But hold on, but real quick, like Keep It 100 just said there's plenty of black affluent neighborhoods. Look them up. The fact that I have to look them up is kind of the issue. I don't have to look up white ones. It's like, I mean, that could be a population thing, but overall, I do think you have to acknowledge that it is an issue that the black people who are worthy damn, like in one of your slogans or tags, you'd be like uppity Negro swag, the uppity nigga. I don't say that as a pejorative. I love it. The uppity Negroes, the majority of them just go sprinkle into white neighborhoods and they disappear. It's like, there isn't as many shining examples where we can just look and see functioning, thriving Black neighborhoods with little to no, outside force or touch or anything from white people. It's not as many of them as it should be, given we're 40 million strong in the country. It's like it's not as many of them.
Yep, that's facts. And I mean, like I said, even in areas like even in Atlanta, you got Buckhead, you got Brookhaven and whatnot, but it's not really. Again, there's little different pockets of even those areas, right? So, Buckhead is large enough that you have different little neighborhoods within Buckhead. And you do have a high concentration of well-to-do Black people in these areas, where you could say, okay, this neighborhood is majority Black and a majority Black affluent, right? But overall, again, like just I know some people may get in their feelings, Bernard, but it's like what you said is true. Overall, most Black people, most affluent Black people, they if they lived in a poor area or whatnot, once they get that bread, they move out, and typically they spread out into white neighborhoods. That's just a fact. And ultimately, it's weird because it's funny because the argument that Scott is making is actually kind of similar to the same argument that a lot of well-to-do Black folks will make, right? It's in the sense that even if you go back, right? Let's say you leave the hood and then you go back and you try to help, they look down on you now. They like the hood is looking down on you, right? They look down on you like you fake because you left, right? Even though they probably would have deleted your ass if you stayed, right? And they still want to delete your ass anyways because now you're supposedly better than them, right? And so it's a lose-lose anyway, even for a well-to-do Black person. It's a lose-lose going back to the hood trying to do anything, right? So for a white person who basically already feels like, hey, these people don't even like me, right? These people hate me. I mean, it's making a lot of sense. But I did have a question for you, Bernard, if you don't mind. If you went to Detroit right now, would you be more scared of running into a white cop or a nigga?
I'll just speak personally. I don't have that experience where I get scared around cops. It's normally driver's license, registration, proof of insurance, handle my stuff, they hand it back. Normally it's lately I normally end up not even getting a ticket, but sometimes I get a ticket and I pay a ticket. So it's not a fear thing. It's I don't have that fear reaction with cops. I just don't. Nigga, when you say run into a nigga, yeah, running to niggas all the time. I mean, you got to be more specific.
I'm just saying on the scale of like, feeling like something could happen to you, right? Let's say you go to some area and either you end up in an area that's just full of these, men in blue, okay, with blonde, with blue eyes, okay, versus you run into an area where it's full of niggas.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. I was going into an apartment building, and I guess the person in front of me, and it was a Black area, and the person in front of me, I guess they didn't know the code to get into the gate or whatever, or they didn't have a badge, and then another car pulled up next to us because it was two different places where you could swipe your badge and get in. And I guess the Black dude that was in the car that pulled up next to I'll explain it like this. It was a car right here that was at the thing to swipe the badge or put in the code. I was behind that car. Then it was another place to swipe the badge, and another car pulled up. So those two cars was even. I think he saw her struggling, and so he like hopped out his car real fast. I think he was just going over there to just swipe his badge to open the gate to help let her in. But either way it go, I did see a nigga in a do-rag hop out the car real fast. So my knee-jerk reaction was, oh shit. Oh, okay, he just going to help her out. If I saw a cop hop out the car at that same speed, my oh shit level wouldn't have been as high. I think so. There it is. That's what I guess that answers your question. I guess that answers your question.
Yes, it absolutely does answer my question. Again, I just asked this question because now if you were to ask the average leftist this, of course they would bullshit you and tell you the white person or the white cop or blah blah blah. But again, we don't even have to go as far as white people. We just gotta, deal with the average black person, and you realize that, a lot of times we don't even rock with each other, right? And like I said, usually the difference is, between the productive black folk versus the ones that just run the streets and do all the destructive shit and the terrorizing, right? And so it's like, I don't know. I just, again, to me, it's like, a lot of times when I hear these narratives and whatnot, and I look at them in full context, I'm just like, we can't be gaslighting people. I'm saying we cannot be gaslighting people. Like, there's a reason why, it's not a good idea to go, in any black neighborhood in Atlanta and just think that it's cool to just, hang out at the gas station at night. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why. Let's not act stupid about it.
I live relatively close to Detroit, and yeah, I remember I stopped and got gas in Detroit at night, and I remember I just casually told somebody, well, yeah, I had to stop and get gas and had to do that, and they was like, you stopped and got gas in Detroit? And it was a black person like looking at me like, hold on, what the hell? You don't stop and get gas at night in Detroit? And I'm like, okay. I mean, so yeah. So in that sense, we understand. In that sense, we understand. But to me, I think that's kind of a different argument from, him looking at the polling data. And granted, we can debate how legitimate the poll is, but that's a different argument from him looking at the polling data and seeing that 47% of black people are saying it's not okay to be white. I mean, it's kind of far upfield with a different argument. I mean, it's related. It's related because he does go into white people needing to stay away. And this is where an area of him could be potentially, being disingenuous. Like he clearly felt this way before the poll. I think he's using the poll as a backdrop to say some shit that he's been wanting to say for a while about why white people should just leave black people the hell alone. And I think that's a good conversation because to some degree, sometimes the best thing you could do for somebody is not help them. I do like the idea of black people solving our own problems. I do like that. Like, so that's the part of the conversation that's more interesting to me, other than how do we feel in a hood situation? Because that situation I described, like I literally, like it was a situation where it's like I was in park. It was a place where it was kind of hard to back out. Like once you like move and get in there, it's like you kind of stuck until you can go forward. And it was a car in front of me stopping me from going forward. And then another car pulled up and somebody hopped out. I'm like, oh, it felt like a classic setup. It felt like a classic setup. So I did think that some shit was about to go down. And that is a thing that happens out in the hood. That is a thing that's happened out in the hood.
I think you make a pretty valid point, by the way, when you say he must have felt this way before. Because that's one thing when I was listening to him and he said, one of the things he did was, move to a different neighborhood and blah, blah. Now, the way he said it, it seems that he was saying that he did this, he moved as a result, like specifically highlighted the fact that his neighborhood has a low population of black people. But again, like I don't think he had time to do that move, to find a new spot and move since the poll came out. You know what I'm saying? So I think he obviously, like you said, felt this way before. But did he feel
that way when he was allegedly doing whatever philanthropy he was doing to help the winning team, as he called it?
I mean, Bernard, I can't imagine that it would be you would consider it a reach to say that. Again, the same shit that I've personally seen in corporate America, listen, I think even if he did it before this poll, even if he felt this way before this poll, it wouldn't be a reach to understand why he felt this way, right? Like I said, the things that I've personally heard black people say about white folks, right? And how black folks, how the average black person a lot of times seems to look at white folks, generally speaking, as the devil, right? And again, it's one thing if we're talking about our ancestors. You know what I'm saying? Like that's one thing. I don't deny history. I don't do any of that, right? But if we're talking again about the average white person today, who ain't doing shit to you, okay? They're not oppressing you. And in fact, most white people are not, they don't even have power like people seem to think they do.
Exactly.
Like most white people don't have power like that. So the way that we talk about the average white person as if the average white person is the one quote unquote oppressing you, it's actually straight up idiotic. But that same narrative actually guides a lot of people's thinking, and so a lot of how people think. And so like the things I personally heard black people say when I was looking at that poll, and I'm like, okay, I don't know if I trust this poll, but again, just looking anecdotally and empirically, I fully believe it, and I think it might even be higher. So I'm just
Yeah,
saying
no,
all this to say that
I'm gonna play a video that were of some black people responding to this, and while they were mad and critical of him, they did ultimately, in my opinion, confirm the mere fact that this poll is probably accurate. So, but let me roll some more of him before we get into that video, and then I'm gonna open it up.
I think it makes no sense whatsoever as a white citizen of America to try to help black citizens anymore. It doesn't make sense. It's no longer a rational impulse.
Now real quick, I wanted to let it play, but is when you say white citizens of America to help black people, okay, there's a difference, like you kind of already alluded to it, but I'll just flesh it out a little more. It's a difference between the white citizen and the government of a country that we all pay taxes into. Those are two different things. So if he's talking about white citizens, yeah, I can definitely see, I could definitely see where he's coming from with that. I think part of the problem is black people, they see no difference between, like you said, like they see no difference between the white citizen, the white government, the white slave master from 150 years ago, the white, they roll all that into one giant white person working against them. I think that's how a lot of black people view it. And again, like I said, I'm going to play a clip that's going to confirm that, but I'm going to let it roll some more.
And so I'm gonna back off from being helpful to black America because it doesn't seem like it pays off. Like I've been doing it all my life, and the only outcome is I get called a racist. That's the only outcome. It makes no sense to help black Americans if you're white. It's over. Don't even think it's worth trying. Totally not trying. Now we should be friendly. Like I'm not saying start a war or do anything bad. Nothing like that. I'm just saying get away. Just get away. And here's my take on all of it. Everybody who focused.
Wait, see, now I gotta highlight what Keep It 100 said. He says white people aren't helping black people. We pay taxes, goddammit. See, right there, it sounds like you're not making a distinction between white citizens doing things, white independent companies or organizations doing things to try to help black people versus the government via the tax dollars that come from the U.S. population, of which we're a part of, which we pay taxes into it. That's a different thing, and there's a fair political debate of big government, small government, and rather not how much government spending should be allocated over here versus over there to help this, to help that. That's a fair discussion. What he's talking about is the citizens, the civilian, riding on the flying on the wings of white guilt, trying to help out black people because you think they're the little race that can't help themselves. It's like that. I think he's talking about getting rid of that aspect of it, and that part of it I understand. I get where he's coming from.
Bernard, here's what's silly about this comment, right? You do realize that, well, I know you probably realize this, but whoever wrote that comment, if you look at some of the biggest black movements, right, so-called movements that are supposed to, again, this is not saying that I believe in those movements, but I'm just making a statement of fact, right? Most of the biggest black movements that are active today are usually funded, wait for it, by white people, right? They fund it with their donations.
Privately funded by, okay.
Yeah, they fund it with their donations, their grants, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, shit, BLM, right? Now we're not arguing for the merits of BLM, right? But it was supposedly for black people at some point, even though technically speaking, we know it was really a front for the LGBTQIA whatever community. But the point is, if you look at most of these movements, it's a lot of most of their funding come from white folks, right? not the government, right, but from white individuals, from white organizations, from family offices, of wealthy individuals, etc. So, to say that white folks aren't helping black people, I would say that what they think is helping is not helping. That's what I would say. But genuinely, to the point that you made earlier, Bernard, I think there are a lot of white folks who just, they want to be good citizens, and they want, they see you as their fellow citizen, regardless of what you think of them. And they just think, if all these things are actually happening to black people, let's see how I can help, especially if I have the means to. And like Scott just said, after they do all that, they still just get called a racist. You know what I'm saying? I mean, again, like I said earlier, in corporate America, you have people with head of diversity titles who make $250,000 a year, and they go back to the white CEO who's paying them $250,000 a year to tell him he ain't shit. So at some point, what did y'all expect? Did y'all expect for white folks to just keep sitting there and just keep taking the shit, keep letting y'all talk to them any type of way, keep letting y'all? At some point, they're still human, and they gotta say, man, fuck this shit. And there's a part of me that's actually glad to see that. Like, as weird as this may sound, there's a part of me that's glad to see white folks moving away from this cringe, let me get rid of my white privilege and all the other, cringe bullshit that they say. I'm actually glad to see some white folks standing up and say, nah, like, we're not gonna take this, because ultimately it is a form of bullying. Because Scott Adams ain't the one who did some shit to you.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's roll it some more.
This is their priority.
Because I see people clamoring to get up. Somebody asked me when I'm dropping the link. I'm dropping the link. The link will be dropped in at least, hopefully, 20 minutes. Let's hurry up and try to get through this.
On education does well. If anybody in the black community focuses on education, they'll do well as well, because the system allows that. If they don't, I can't make that my problem anymore. It just can't be my problem. It can't be my problem if the solution is so clear, so available, and people don't want to take it. It's just not my problem anymore. So I resigned. I resigned from the hate group called Black Americans, according to the Rasmussen poll. 46% of them don't think white people are okay, just being white. And
all right, we're gonna push pause on that one right there. I'm gonna add this to the stream now. Something weird is happening where it's gonna start off squiggly like that, then the picture is gonna come in. For some reason, I couldn't upload it. I think YouTube is doing something weird, or maybe really big YouTube channels can like put something in to make it to where you can't use their stuff at least 100% efficiently. But this is from Fox Soul. This is from Fox Soul.
Not those, not them people.
I was about to send you this beforehand, but I wanted your raw reaction. So what I want y'all to listen out for is, remember, and JB, I told you this before we even did the show. When we first was talking on the phone about the show, about doing this show, I said they view the white citizen, the white government, the white colonizer in Africa, the white slave master, the white the racist white people in Jim Crow, the top from all the way the racist white person all the way at the top of the levers of power when the country was at its peak of racism, all the way down to their white next door neighbor who they wave hi to every morning. They view them all as one big giant evil white person. They view them all the same. And so basically what's going to be said here in this video clip that we about to look at is they're going to confirm the whole that 47% is going to be confirmed here. It just is what it is, because right now, and I've talked to a couple of black people about this, and the same things that was said here, the same thing that they're about to say here is the same thing that I think the general public of black people holds the same opinion that we're going to hear from Fox Soul. And so that just shows that 47%, I don't care what nobody say, is accurate, if not higher. But let's roll it.
Podcast, pro-Trump Dilbert creator Scott Adams told white people to get the hell away from black people. Take a look.
If nearly half of all blacks are not okay with white people, according to this poll, not according to me, according to this poll, that's a hate group. That's a hate group. and I don't want to have anything to do with them. And I would say, based on the current way things are going, the best advice I would give to white people is to get the hell away from black people.
The colonizers that invade every dark country and steal from and commit the most atrocious acts in history have the audacity to say, stay away from black people now. But y'all done took all.
Now you see how the white family she stayed next door for, Scott Adams, and literally the people who was driving the boats during the transatlantic slave trade, they're all the same person. They are.
Bernard, it's so idiotic. It amazes me that these are the same women that, I don't know her background, but I will take a wild guess that she probably, has a fancy degree or some shit. Like these, it's so idiotic. It's fucking idiotic. Like it's actually stupid, right? To not be able to differentiate between an individual white person today and whoever it was, like the white folks who enslaved, black people and, took you from West Africa or whatnot and brought you over here, right? Like it's actually straight up stupid. Like I wonder how many brain cells she got. Like she probably can count her brain cells in one, on one hand. Okay, it's so idiotic. Like like you can't even have conversations with people like this, right? Because it's just two different people. Scott Adams is not a white colonizer. Like just stop it. It's okay. I just hate this shit, bro. Like I can't stand these people. Like they make no goddamn sense.
All right.
All of our stuff. Okay, well, Adams also sarcastically noted, I've been identifying as black for a while because I like to be on the winning team and I like to help. I always thought if you help the black community, that's sort of the biggest lever you could ever find the biggest benefit. You could find the biggest benefit. Adams said he is now going to re-identify as whites because he doesn't want to be a member of a, I can't even read, you don't want to be a member of a hate group when your people have colonized and killed and raped and murdered and tortured and separated families and cut babies out of stomachs, your ancestors, but now you don't want to be a part of a hate group, so you're gonna okay, got you. So he
no, right there. And that's sort of my point here is that she's conceding that she viewed the collective of white people as a hate group, which basically means that's why I come to the conclusion, yeah, that 47% is accurate. And so basically she's saying that, oh no, y'all are the hate group. So you got one person saying, okay, y'all view me as a hate group, or y'all basically view me as a hate group, so I'm going to pull away. And then another side is saying, oh no, we got every right to view you as a hate group. And then so like once you understand that, then to me it shouldn't be no argument. Nobody should be mad. You basically like they're essentially standing up saying, yes, god damn it, the poll is right, we hate white people. And then the white person is saying, okay, well, you hate me, okay, cool, I'll go my own way. It's like it's almost a situation where nobody should be mad. It's like everybody just had like an awakening, so to speak, of an open conversation about what's on the scoreboard. Basically, that's sort of how I'm looking at it. But they're pissed. They're pissed because the type of stuff that they're saying is that he's looking at it like, oh, these people hate us too, or these people hate us, or whatever. It's like, yeah, it's like the poll is accurate.
Bernard, how much you want to bet? How much you want to bet she lives in a white neighborhood?
She lives in a white neighborhood, and I'm pretty okay. I don't even want to talk about her relationship past or whatever. She's had a white. Yeah.
But see, here's why I'm highlighting that, right? Because she'll say all that, and then she goes back to her comfortable white neighborhood, far away from niggas, right? And so it's like, okay, white people are all this shit, right? But a lot of y'all seem to you can't wait to be, what I'm saying, in their proximity and away from your people, right? Because your people are the ones that destroy every fucking thing. Again, we don't like to be real with ourselves, but let's be honest, okay? In today's day and age, that's why you got to go back through history to make the point that you're making. To me, it's just straight up stupid. It's like straight up fucking dumb. And yeah, you know what? I'm gonna stop myself from going on this rant right now, Bernard. So, go ahead.
All right.
Doesn't want to be a part of a hate group. And he said he accidentally joined with his trollish black identification. Whatever the hell he talking about. Q, please say something. Please.
You know what? I find this to be the single most laughable crock of shit coming from somebody with a verifiable history of not even knowing how to bathe until they met an African. Okay, and you know what's funny? It's the position.
Black people.
All right, here we go again with the dumbass shit.
It's like that's why I'm like, no, that poll is accurate. Like I listened to the Young Turks, and they were trying to argue. People talk a lot about the media, the liberal media. They want to hide this, they want to hide that. No, there's aspects of the white media that does everything they could to try to spray deodorant on black people, spray perfume over black people's shit. But and this, so they were saying that, well, no, that 22% that said they're not sure if it's okay. They were just basically saying they weren't sure how to answer that question because it was vague. So they were just saying they're not sure how to answer the question. It's like, no. Listen to Negroes talk. They hate y'all.
Yeah, niggas can't stand y'all. Like
he just went right to y'all don't even know how to bathe yourself. Like if they, oh man, if
and the crazy thing is, Bernard, niggas actually believe this shit too. Like they don't just say it; they actually believe it. Like if you sit down and talk to this dude, okay, or come to Atlanta and go to the West End and talk to the average black person in the West End, they believe this shit right here. Like they all talk the same way. They believe this dumbass shit. So, yeah.
Position. It is the white savior complex and the position of privilege that you're coming back. I tried to help Black people. First and foremost, we don't need your help. That's the first thing, right? You miss me with the white savior complex. And part two, you're being flippant and think you're being funny, but quite honestly, I actually agree with you. I actually think majority of y'all, especially the ones that think like you, should actually stay the hell away from Black people. You'd actually be doing us a favor because, to your point, Claudia, nothing good has ever come to anybody who has melanated skin when they've come into the company of white people. To be quite honest, and I don't mean for this to sound racist, I think that individually there are certain white people that are great, but collectively with your white superiority complex and white supremacy, collectively y'all ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? And you'd actually be doing us a favor if you did stay away, i.e. Rosewood, i.e.
All right, given what he's saying right there, and given how many Black people actually agree with that, I'm like, nobody can be mad or triggered by what Scott Adams said, and I don't think anybody can deny the legitimacy of the poll.
They just didn't want him to say it. That's all it is, Bernard. Like they know what he's saying is facts, right? They just didn't want to hear him say it. And ironically, by the way, when this man, when he gets canceled right after he said this, right? When he gets canceled like this and all these newspapers drop him and whatnot, y'all don't realize this, but y'all proving his fucking point. Like y'all are proving his point. Like the man, he didn't just come out and say some like random shit, without any context. He made a point, a logical point, and he got canceled for making a point that triggered Black people. And then he got canceled by white organizations. Funny enough, by white organizations, they took down the shit. I was listening to Mike Reed.
But hold on, wait, real quick. Well, Emmett Perry, you're right. He's double talking. But I just thought about this. Please don't tell me white folks own Fox Soul.
I was just about to say that, Bernard. Yeah.
Shout out to Devin Mitchell.
It's a white person. It's a white person paying his paycheck. Yeah, signing his paycheck. It's a white person. Trust and believe.
Yeah.
Trust and believe.
I don't go as far as what he's saying right there on the white man's internet. I'm not just going to give the white man the internet. I don't know how it works, but the white man can have a TV show. And he can't have that. He can't, like, internet is so ubiquitous. That's like saying the white man's air to me. I don't know how. Yeah, he don't own that much shit. But I don't know how it works. But yeah, but no, you're right. You're right. So they at the end of the day, when they go all the way up the line to their boss's boss, yeah, it's a white man who owns the company, you know, who's basically paying you to come on there and take a shit on white people. But yeah, white man said something said things in that clip that really wasn't worse, but he's canceled. So that again, yeah, that does speak to the point though. That does speak to the point. I can't wait to open this up. We got to roll some more of this, and then we're gonna open that thing up.
Tulsa, i.e., redlining. I mean,
okay, yeah, he went. We cut him off, but he went back to Tulsa on us.
Rosewood. So a favor, if you did stay away, i.e., Rosewood, i.e., Tulsa, i.e., redlining. I mean, and the list goes on and on and on. White people have the most barbaric, verifiable history of any people on this continent. So, sir, while you think that you're being funny and you're hurting our feelings, I could guarantee you most Black people will probably side with the fact that y'all probably should stay the fuck away.
Al, before you say, I'm sure you're very intelligent and brilliant thing, let me add, because I'm feeling ignorant right now. I'm feeling ignorant. This old bitch ass little...
Yeah, but why the ignorant and triggeredness, though? If your position is, yeah, everything that y'all have done regarding Black people have been a problem, has brought nothing but harm and calamity, him saying that, oh, y'all don't like us, y'all hate us due to the harm and the calamities, let me back off then, and just white people, I think that we'll do best for Black people by just staying away. We'll do best for Black people by staying away. They clearly hate us. We're gonna go. We should walk away. We should go our own way. Get out of Black organizations. Stop trying to lead them. Don't donate no money to them. Just let them do their own thing. It's like it shouldn't be that much triggered to the point to where she's saying she's about to say that the man's dick is little. Like.
Listen, Bernard, like I said, they got these niggas on here. I bet, the rainbow sounding dude, I think he probably got 8 neurons, 8 brain cells. The chick, she probably got, maybe 10 brain cells. The other dude, that can't stop smiling right now, he probably got 10 too. So like they're averaging about 28 to 30 brain cells total amongst all 3 of them, right? So you can't expect these niggas to understand that they literally are doing a show triggered about what he said, only to say that he's essentially right with what he said. Like their brains are not big enough, right? And don't have enough brain cells that are mature enough to actually understand the irony in what they're doing. They just don't get it.
That's why I shouted out Brother Xavier at the beginning of the show. He said that Black people, they love and hate white people all at the same time. They want all this they want all this help and charity from white people, but then when they receive it and then they say, well, I didn't need it, it's like I didn't want it, and don't, it's like it's a weird thing that's going on there. We're gonna roll a little bit more. Somebody already came in the back. I can't even see who, but we're gonna roll a little bit more.
Energy having guy is showing he's obsessed with us. Now I'm feeling ignorant right now. I'm feeling ignorant. This old bitch ass little dick energy having guy is showing he's obsessed with us. Now you're a cartoonist for many, many decades, okay? And you've just recently introduced your first Black character into your little whack ass cartoon. Dilbert was the one I would skip over because it was so corny and so mayonnaise-esque, okay? And you only did it to mock Black people, right?
And the LGBT community.
Yeah, LGBTQ community and the woke community. That's what you did. So we know what you're about. So miss me with the bullshit that you've been trying to help us for so long. And thank you. We should master. Thank you so much. We so appreciate you putting us in that here cartoon of yours. Like, we are so grateful. Fuck you. Like, seriously, fuck you. I'm so sick of it. Like, you have not fucked with Black people ever, and then this is the most attention you've ever got, because who the hell reads Dilbert A? B? Right, honestly, this is the most attention Dilbert has ever gotten in 35 years. And secondly, the audacity to pretend that you really was trying to help us. Your history has shown us what you really think about us. And of course, all white people are not evil, but people like you sure do make it an easy argument to say you're pretty barbaric and pretty fucking whack. Go ahead,
You know
Al, I'm
this.
sorry. I had to get the cussing out the way because I don't want to dirty up your podcast.
JB, did you try to jump in?
Yeah, you notice how she made sure she added that little bit on the end. That's the let me try to save my job, bit at the end where she's like, and I know all white people ain't evil. You know what I'm saying? Let me make sure I add that at the end so that when they call me into the office, I can say, hey, y'all peep what I said at the end, right? Like I wasn't talking about all white, but I'm just talking about Scott Adams.
Yeah, I think it's in a place where they're not going to get called into the office for this. They're not, but they throw out the caveat that not all, and Scott Adams did put a not all in there too. Technically, I mean everybody does the not all, but yeah. But all right, we'll roll a little bit more. We're joined by Lil Big Nate. The link is in the chat. Anybody can come on up. There was a lot of debate and pushback in the chat room, so I'm good with that. Bring on the debate. We're gonna roll a little bit more, and then we're gonna bounce it around the panel.
Hey, listen, you guys pretty much cleaned this whole conversation. You know what's so interesting, Claudia? At one time when he was in over 65 different countries and published in 22 different languages in all of the newspapers in America, he wasn't so racially divisive at that time. But ever since Lee Enterprise dropped him back in 2022, and 77 newspapers kicked his comic strip off of their newspaper, he's just become who he really is, which is this person who wants to be segregated and who's racist. And let me tell you something, I like it. Actually, when someone shows me their true self, it lets me know exactly where to put you, and that is in that lane over there with the rest of the racists. So I like this, that he's coming forward, because we're able to put a face and a name to these racial undertones that have these incredible platforms to influence, like his comic strip. Hey, we know what to think about.
All right, race. All right, I'm gonna wrap it up right there. The racial undertones is funny because black people be operating full cock out racial overtones, but that's how we roll. That's how we roll with it. But RM,
y'all ready to get this started or what?
In the private chat, RM saying Claudia Jordan bigs up her white/Italian heritage to sell purses. #fake outrage. Interesting. And she gave a link. For that. So that's interesting. But I ain't even trying to ride on Claudia right now. But I'm gonna drop that down. And so we're gonna
Bernard, you owe me for forcing me to sit through Foxhole, bro. Like that's
no. You gotta get a little Foxhole in your life. You gotta hear it from the horse.
Can we be honest? Second.
Hold on, bro. I'm gonna get to you.
Can we be honest for us?
Yeah, hold on, wait. We are being honest already, but I'm gonna get to you for a second. We're going in order. I'm gonna go to you in a second. But shout out to Hoop Jargon.
How about my calculation?
Okay,
wow, we already got a disruptive element up here.
No, it's all good. It's all good. But I'm gonna get to you. I'm going in order. I'm going to Lil Big Nate, Jackie Jack, then go to you, and then Pablo. But really quick, shout out to Hoop Jargon in the building. He says, where's that Dua Spider-Man pointing meme? Yeah.
These last $2, I'm not gonna lose.
And shout out to
that's facts, Hoop.
Shout out to I Am Just Jules in the building with a $10 super chat. Appreciate that.
You to loan me $10. I know you got $10.
Yeah, I got it. You know why I got it? Because I don't throw my money away on them streets.
Shout out to I Am Just Jules. He said people live in similar income and race environments, but tend to go toward income when they make more and get cordoned. Okay, he said often to race when they make less. I think I understand what you're saying. Thank you for the $10. I do appreciate that. I think you're just talking about that. It's it's economic base where people live and who they live around more so than race. I think that's more or less the point that you're making. But thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. But we are joined by Little Big Nate. You have the floor. You have the mic.
Hey, what's up, Bernard? How you doing there, sir?
What's going on?
What up, JB? Not sure.
Big Nate.
Yeah, man. I did part 1 on this. You know, little Big Nate breaks down. Is it okay to be white? I'm doing part 2 tonight, along with Deion Sanders doesn't want your bastards. Now, I can only do stuff like that on Rumble. So, you know, I lost my first 2 channels in 2 years. So you got to come to Rumble to hear me. But let me go ahead and put this in perspective, you know, as a black conservative, the biggest black conservative mouth in this space. Okay. Now, what I explained last night on part 1 of that is that only the most degenerate, trashy black American would answer that question. You have to be the stupidest nigga on earth to let some goddamn demon call you from whatever polling company and ask you such a stupid fucking question.
Now
Why
we're getting
would you
honest.
answer something so stupid as, is it okay to be white? Is it
Yeah, like what?
Is it okay to be a human being?
Hey, you asking black people?
You asking black people. No, I'll tell you why Rasmussen asked black people this in a minute. So you're asking stupid leftist, weak, effeminate, Democrat black people that one of the dumbest questions you can ask them: is it okay to be white? Is it okay to be a female?
Only they understand the question.
You gotta let me finish, bro. You gotta let me finish. Is it okay to be a male? Is it okay to be Asian? Is it okay to be a Chinese national? Is it okay to be an elderly man? These are stupid questions. Why would any logical, intelligent black American answer such a stupid fucking question? You make yourselves a goddamn parody, a cartoon character with the way you think and act. First of all, I don't give a fuck about Scott Adams. Fuck him. I could care less about how he feels. That shit don't mean nothing to me. Let me tell you what I do care about. Scott Adams makes a point because he has a backdrop. Let me finish, please. He has a backdrop of 2+ years of black people, primarily black women, the same type of satanic black Democrat women that Claudia Jordan represents, with her 2 homosexual buddies, representing black men, of course, on the nightmare that is Fox Solis. He has a backdrop of 2+ years of black people in the streets burning and destroying innocent Americans' property over an incident that has no elements of racism to it. George Floyd, no one has been able to answer me what is the racism element in the George Floyd case, because none of the officers had any history of social media racism. They didn't have long, extensive records of them being harmful to black people or as a policeman, you know, abusing their authority. So tell me what the racism is in George Floyd, you retarded black Democrats. Tell me. You can't tell me. So now an idiot like Scott Adams has all the fucking ammunition he needs with this stupid poll that you stupid leftist blacks participated in, because a conservative black man would have cussed that motherfucker out as soon as he called him. How dare you ask me something so stupid? I would never answer such a stupid question. Get the fuck off my phone, devil. That's what I would have said. But see, I'm a man, okay? I'm a fucking man, and I'm a real conservative. I am the best of what black manhood has in this country. I'm invested in the country. I've produced beautiful children. I'm producing a business with my partners. I'm invested here. How many of you other black men are invested here? Or do you want to continue to play this game? Let me tell you something in closing. You're going to keep poking these motherfucking white boys, these patriots, these militiamen in their fucking eye. And what you don't realize, these are the same men that control your electric grid. These are the same men that can cut off your water. These are the same men that have 2 or 3 guns for every one person in this country. And you're going to fucking play with them and keep poking them in their eye till you finally going to face them, you fucking leftist hotep niggas who will go to war with the white men with your degenerate ass mouth, but you won't even correct the black woman. You're such a fucking coward. I'm done.
Damn.
Damn.
Tell us how you really feel.
Man, I'm sick of this shit.
All right.
You made a mockery of it. Every time I turn around, stupid leftist blacks are getting all of us made a mockery of.
But
No, but
That's where they go to.
pass it.
That's where they go to.
Whoa. Hold on. Wait. I'm gonna throw it to Jackie Jack. But no, you do make a good point, and I would think we kind of alluded to this, but didn't stay on it long enough to where the framing of that question is so utterly stupid to where you gotta wonder about the type of person who even takes it serious and even answers it seriously. So yeah, good. Excellent point on that. Excellent point on that part. But go ahead, Jackie. You got the floor.
Can I make a point real quick?
As I said, go ahead, Jackie. You got the floor. You got the mic. You got
Hey,
Hey, what's up?
so okay, it's hard to go after Nate. that was intense. But for Scott Adams, I'm glad he's getting all this fire because come on, it didn't come down to a poll. Is the reason why he's so hurt or whatever it is. And then him and his lies about talking about he thought he was on the winning team. He became black. What winning team needs a whole bunch of charity? Please tell me that. So you're already lying. You're still pandering. So I'm glad he's getting everything that he's getting towards him. And secondly, you guys talked about like black suburbs, comparing them to white suburbs, even black suburbs, because I'm from Atlanta. So we have a lot of black suburbs. Most of the black suburbs are way more relaxed about how stuff looks, like stuff in their yard, how the grass is cut. They're way more relaxed than white neighborhoods. So even if you compare them to each suburb to suburb, it's totally different. It's different. Like you can have broken cars like sitting in your driveway or on the street next to your house or whatever. And they're cool with that. So I'm not saying that that's necessarily a problem. I'm just saying that black neighborhoods are way more relaxed on how they run their neighborhoods compared to white neighborhoods. So it's not the same. If we just want to compare if we're trying to compare apples to apples. And my last comment is this is what most black people want. They keep talking about white people are the problem. Y'all said it earlier. They don't want them to be there. It's like you're asking for white people not to be around. And then when a white person said, I'm out, you have a problem with it. And as far as that poll, I do think people probably didn't understand that poll. But if they would have made the poll direct, saying, do you like white people? Yes or no? I guarantee it would have been 75% no.
Yes. So you're saying had they made the question, are you saying if they made the question more clear, the numbers would have been higher?
Yes.
How much
more
yes.
do you need?
That's not a. Can I? All right, hold on. I'll wait.
Dude,
I'll wait.
That's been a reoccurring theme. You waiting and failing at it. All right. God damn. All right.
You can go. I'm good.
Yeah, let him get it off.
You're done, Jackie. You're done, Jackie. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
First of all, we already concede that this question is not a legitimate question. That's the real first thing you come to. Like, what type of question is this? And then the next thing you come to is you got what 22% that answered no, it's not okay to be white. Then you have another 24% that said they don't know how to answer the question. Basically, they don't even know. And then the other, you can't merge.
No. It was 21% not sure, 21% not sure, 26%.
Okay, not sure. So what does not sure mean? Not sure you don't know how to answer the question, or not sure you don't know what is really being asked of you? Like, it's not at all descriptive of anything it's saying. And it wants you to take 47%, nearly half of the people that answer the question, and wants you to take that as a definite that these people don't like white people. It doesn't make any sense. And it is really like I forgot what my brother's name is up there. It's a stupid question. It's just so stupid to even participate in it. And if you're going to participate in something like that, you asking for all of that shit. You're basically and I was getting ready to say the reasons why they do shit like this, because they know they can go to some uneducated black folks. There's definitely a leftist that's going to go and answer the stupid question, and then they're going to use that to paint all black people. And that's why Scott Adams is doing this. And that's why he's a fucking devil, because now you're calling us a hate group based off of what 100 or maybe 200 people answered. Like, what kind of question is what is that? That's why he's getting the backlash. Not that he's exiting and saying, "Oh, I'm no longer with black people." No, it's because now you're calling us a hate group. Like, what? When have black people waged war against white people? What civil war did we start against white folks? Explain to me.
See now.
Bro,
This is
we've
where
been rioting and burning down white people's property for 2 years.
Hold up. This is where we go into this is where we go into disingenuous territory, right? So I can agree with Nate, for example, that the question overall, I can agree that it's stupid, but I actually think it is a valid question because we do talk a lot these days about the topics of whiteness and blackness, right?
Okay, hold on. You're comparing. No, because it's my turn. It's my go. You have to wait. It's my go. So I already know where you're going. First of all,
you don't know where I'm going.
Some property that's been damaged.
You don't know where I'm going though.
I do know where you're going. I do know where you're going.
We're gonna let them finish, and then it's just gonna be full open crossfire. I just want everybody to get their opening what they got to say out the way, and then we're gonna go back and forth. So go ahead and finish up, Mogo.
Well, let me get my salvo in, and then
I'm gonna let you get that in too. Then we're gonna circle back. Go ahead, Mogo. Damn, the one time I say go ahead, now he don't got nothing to say. All right, while we wait for him, I don't know what's going on there. I just want to say that the portion, that 22% that said they're not sure, it did not say they're not sure how to answer the question. Like you added that to it, the not sure how to answer the question. The result said that they're not sure if it's okay to be white. Like that. That's what was said.
So
like
and Bernard, just to provide some context, right? So typically, like when you're doing a poll, it's a good idea to have if you make it binary, you make it hard for a lot of people to answer it. Like especially when it comes to controversial questions, a lot of people they want an out. Usually when they have like an opposing perspective. So like for example, it's okay to be white. If your answer is more than likely to be no, but you don't want to just flat out say you don't feel comfortable just flat out say you want to give people an out. And that's something that is, typically done, when it comes to polls and whatnot from a statistical perspective, so that you can at least allow for those people who are on the fence about it to not basically cause a large variance, like on, the ones who actually have a binary answer.
Yeah. And so, and that's why I think it's still accurate to put those who are on the fence with the larger 26%, to put that 26 and that 22 together. Because so I'm okay with that. I'm okay with. I mean, I that at least that's how I accept it. But go ahead, Pablo.
So people are overthinking this. It's a very simple, easy question. Is it okay to be white? Mm-hmm. The answer is yes. I was one of the people that actually answered this poll when it was originally asked.
Oh wow. Okay, where did you receive it? How did you come into contact with it?
I can't remember exactly where I came across it, but it did come across my computer screen. Gosh, I want to say 6 months to a year ago. It's been a minute, and I answered it plain and simple. Yes. Why? Because I have the deductive reasoning to figure out, okay, is it okay to be white? And then I thought, well, what is the reverse? Is it okay to be black? Yes. Is it okay to be Asian? Yes. Is it okay to be Latino? Yes. It's a damn easy answer, unless the underlying hostility in your brain says no.
Right.
That has got to be hostility.
So let me finish. So if that latent hostility is still there, right, you are going to answer truthfully.
Okay, let me explain this to you.
You are going to answer what's in your heart. And based on the topic of
not saying nothing.
Based on the topic of today's show is, I guess, is Black America racist based on what he laid out? To me, the answer is also yes.
No, it's not.
Here's why. Go look at all the TikTok videos of Black American women talking cash shit about Filipinas.
Facts.
The most racist, bigoted comments you have ever heard on the internet have been spewed at them.
I mean, even
All
a
right.
simpler
Can
example.
I get my time back?
Hold
All
up,
right,
Pablo,
yeah.
Pablo. Even a simpler example, Pablo, is like, for example, when Black Panther, the newest Black Panther, I didn't watch it, but when the newest one came out, and all these Black women that were making videos talking about, like, literally telling white people, you should not even go watch it. You should leave it. Like basically thinking that they have some control to tell white people what they can and can't do. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
Where was this at? Where was it? What did this happen at?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Where did this happen at? You
If I
said
can interject real quick, the problem
I'm talking about plenty of videos that were on
what?
the
Plenty of
internet
videos. Nobody's seen these. But you apparently.
What are you talking about?
I did. I saw it.
Saw
What are you
what?
talking about?
It's all over social media, man. It was all over social media
What are you talking about?
during the premiere.
There's one video.
So they were telling white folks not to see the movie.
Whoa.
Yes.
Can we put this?
And you think that's hold on. You think that's racist?
No.
They're
I'll clear this
no.
up.
Listen, she's literally telling Black folks that you should not. First of all, there's some Black women telling Black people, white folks, what they should wear. Right? You should wear this if you're gonna go watch Black Panther. Then there's other Black women that were saying, you should not go watch it. This is for Black. This is a Black space. You should leave the space for Black people. All that shit.
And you think this is racist?
By the way, those videos.
That's absolutely racist.
Okay, how? Okay, so in what way? In what way? Hold on. Yeah, just answer the question.
Hold on, real quick.
You answered the question. I'm going to my.
Those videos were viral videos, by the way, not like something with 100 views on YouTube. Like, they were viral videos with millions of views.
JB and Pablo,
that's fine. That's fine.
JB and Pablo, you're missing a point. You're missing a very important point. You're not making a distinction. You can't say Black America is racist. No, it's Black leftists and Democrats are racist. Other Blacks are not. You have to make distinctions. The same distinction I've been making in this space for over 4 years now. Black people on the left are trash. Period. They're racist. They hate this country. They have no investments they've made in it. That Fox Soulless nightmare clip you saw so perfectly illustrates how Black America works. You have a satanic, demonic, Black leftist female in charge of everything and a bunch of effeminate, gay Black men that follow her direction. That is a microcosm. That is a microcosm of Black America today. A bunch of Black Democrat leftist women running the show and weak, effeminate Democrat Black men following them. It is not Black America. It is Black leftist America that is.
Nate, that distinction, that's a distinction without a difference, though, because most Black people vote Democrat.
I'm not most Black people. I want
to hold on. How many Black people vote? How many Black people vote?
I think something like 50 to 60%.
No. It's a big difference, because if you're only talking about a percentage of the population of Blacks that actually vote, then what exactly are you saying?
We need to find out what the Blacks that don't vote feel. You need to find out what the Blacks that don't vote feel like. Luciferian Blacks, or do they side with conservative traditional values, believing in God, God's law, God's natural order? Which
wait, real quick.
Part of?
Let's try to apply some logic here. So if half of Black people vote, that is a pretty damn good sample size of which we can project how the majority of Black people think. Like, come on, like
63% of Black Americans voted in the last presidential election that were eligible to vote.
That's
pretty damn high.
That's a sample size of over half of the population. I think that's a pretty good sample size of what
that was of eligibility to vote. That wasn't the entire
Bernard,
population.
See, again, you're still missing the point that Bernard is making. Bernard's saying, statistically speaking, that means you have a large sample size to derive some conclusions from. That's just see. This is what I'm saying. Like this is
No,
why I
I
can't
understand
argue
what
with
Bernard
this.
is saying,
See,
but
this is why
that's
you
not a
can't argue with
definite.
niggas.
That's an
Hold on, wait, real quick.
assumption.
This is why you cannot
That's an
argue with niggas.
assumption. It's
This is
still an
why it's not an
assumption.
assumption. It's not an assumption, bro. Like
It is an
this is why
assumption.
Wait,
Do
hold
you
on.
understand-
Let's not
do
just
you
go back and
understand
forth over
statistics?
whether or not it's an assumption. Real quick, let me moderate the show real quick. JB, when you get loud, it's like some static or something. I don't know if you need to back away from your phone a little bit or
My bad.
something. But
It's my AirPods. It's my AirPods. My
yeah,
bad.
yeah,
My
yeah.
bad.
So you about to break some speakers over there. But
Yeah, get you a Samsung.
yeah, but all right. So either way it go. I think the simple point is that even in a poll where they like if they take 20,000 people, like that is a real good sample size. So we're talking about a sample size of nearly half the population. Even if it's only 20% of the population, we're still talking millions of people. That is a large sample size. So we can draw conclusions that how Black people vote in elections, even those that don't vote, probably share those same sentiments. So that's
and statistically speaking, by the way, it's actually usually not the sample size that matters that much compared to how do you derive the sample, right? What are you controlling for, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not even the sample size, but to your point, Bernard, like that is, I mean, such a large sample. Like compared to most sample sizes, like if you look at the average statistic, it's usually like much smaller, unless you're doing like a population-based stat, like an actual full-blown population-based stat.
Yeah,
So
they be drawing a lot of
it,
conclusions off of like 10,000 people sometimes.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah, exactly.
So if you're going to assume that most Black people vote Democrat and most Black people or a good amount of Black people vote in general, wouldn't it be safe to assume that most
That's not an
Black
assumption.
the most Black people
That's not an
that
assumption.
took this
Let him
poll
finish his question. Let him finish
hold
his question.
on, that most Black people that actually took this poll were probably leftists or voted Democrat?
Yes.
But again,
So
no,
you're
no,
hold
no.
on. So this
No,
is
the
this goes
premise
back
of
to
your
my
argument
point. You're
is-
cutting me off.
the-
You're cutting me off. You
No,
said
the
yes.
premise of your argument,
You said yes.
Hold on. Let him. He built into a point.
Because my point is, they knew exactly where they were going to with this type of question, and now they want to send the proposal out there. Oh, Black people are racist. This is a racist ass question. This is a type of question that they're going to try to use in elections. This type of question they're going to try to use to trigger people.
Never would have answered it.
Wait a minute.
never
You
would
got
have
to understand how politics work.
Wait. Y'all chill. Mogul, do you see what you just did from a logical standpoint? You just said that they asked the question. I think you conceded that people who vote liberal are most likely to answer the question.
I conceded to that. I wanted
you
to
conceded that point. So if you concede that most Black people are liberal, and then they ask the question,
not liberal, leftist, not liberal.
Okay,
Liberal is more
all right.
conservative.
So if most Black people,
Wait, did he just say liberal is more conservative?
It is more conservative.
It's all the same.
Are you
Holy
insane,
shit.
bro?
Whoa.
It's all the same. He's right. It's all the same. It doesn't matter.
My mic. If you concede the simple point that over 90% of Black people are leftists, and most leftists think the way that the Black people that took the poll think, then you are essentially saying that most Black people agree with the poll, and like so you're
No, I'm not saying most Black people agree with the outcome of the poll. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not. I'm saying most Black people that took that poll are already lunatics. They don't really know what the fuck they're taking. They're just answering. You know what that poll would sound like to somebody who I would ask, like one of my friends that are Democrats. That poll would sound like, is it okay for him to be white? Is it okay for me to be white? That's what it sounds like to somebody. I guess it
What
does.
in the world are we
Because
talking about?
why would listen, is it okay to be white? Why would I, like Scott Adams just said, he identifies as Black. When the fuck did he identify as Black? So obviously he felt like it wasn't okay to be white, right? Because why would you identify as Black and you're white? Doesn't make any sense. So when you turn that question and ask it to somebody that has that same level of thinking, is it okay to be white? No, it really, honestly, it's not. Honestly, no, it's not okay for me to pretend like I'm white. Why would I pretend like I'm white?
Literally,
hold on, wait. Let me.
He's literally making this. This dude is literally making the point.
Let me get it, JB.
Oh my goodness, bro.
If he adopted the thought process and embodiment of what Black people embody and think, and to the point to where he's claiming that he's Black. And you said that made him come to the conclusion that it's also not okay to be white. Then you're conceding the point that most Black people think that it's not okay to be white. Like,
no,
so
that's not what I'm conceding. I'm conceding that this question should be thrown out. This question or this whatever poll is an attempt to divide people, and it's intentionally made to do that because it is not. You shouldn't even be paying attention to it because it's literally stupid. We shouldn't even be arguing because in the same breath that Scott Adams said, like I said, he already conceded it's not okay to be white because he identified as Black. So he agrees with the poll. No. But now you're going back to say, oh, I want to be white because it's a hate group. No, these devils, they put on these different coats when they feel like it. Okay, you put on. Oh, you identified as Black because you
devils. And the poll.
No, wait.
I'm not done. You're cutting me off. You put on. Nobody made him identify as Black.
Devil made me do it.
Nobody made him identify as Black.
He's so intelligent and crafty that I just don't know any better.
It's not about intelligence and crafty. No one said anything like that. You're giving credit when no one gave no credit for.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go to JB was trying to jump in and I cut.
But he cut me off. I was explaining.
I cut JB off. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I'm gonna throw it to JB. I think we got your position on that. But Warmaster 7 in the building says Rasmussen poll asked for Black people only to answer. My guess is it wasn't online. I wonder how they controlled for all the trolls and other miscreants.
That's another part to it.
Loan me $10. I know you got $10.
Yeah, I got it. You know why I got it? Because I don't throw my money away on them streets.
That is an aspect of it. That we did talk about earlier, that you can question the legitimacy of the poll, but I double down on the legitimacy of the poll when you just listen to how Black people talk about in response to the poll. I played a clip. But either way it go, the poll could very well be nonsense, and there's no way of truly knowing that. But hell, we do know from one person on the panel that the poll did make it to the computer screen of an actual Black person, which is Pablo. It made it to Pablo. So, all right, we're gonna
question.
We got it.
The question.
I got you, JB.
I submit the question. What if the majority of the people just answered yes? They would have no ammunition.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that's not just the easy answer. I don't know how you lack the intelligence to realize that answering anything other than yes, you're exposing yourself or falling for a trap, however you want to explain it.
I have a question.
The easy I don't know. I promise JB next, but the easy answer to that question is yes. They didn't say nothing about behaviors, actions, attributes, or anything. They just said white. And you couldn't.
So back in the 70s, when they asked white people, is it okay for Black people to be in their schools?
We're going to JB.
Are they racist too? So we both racist then.
Can I go?
Go ahead, JB. Go ahead, JB.
And can you please make sure the brother doesn't interrupt me, because I don't want to like.
Y'all interrupt me all the time. So, but you do.
Hold on. Wait. I'm gonna let JB was a special guest. I'm gonna let him go uninterrupted. We are gonna have a lot of back and forth debate, but let JB get this one off uninterrupted. Go ahead, JB.
All right. So what I was gonna say is that this is where we go into the disingenuous, right? Because first of all, like we could. I mean, the thing is, Black folks don't want to be fucking honest, and this is why you cannot have these real conversations with Black people. You just can't, because they're full of shit, right? Because if you take this poll and you just take this entire poll and you throw it in the fucking garbage, and you just go based on your interactions with the average Black person in fucking America, right? Most Black people in America don't like white people. That's just a fucking fact, right?
Thank you.
We could take this poll and throw it in the fucking trash, and we know what it is. But again, these niggas will sit here and gaslight you like we're like they're making this shit up, right? So even if we put the poll aside, we know what it is. But on top of that, with the poll, like the brothers just said, right? The simple answer is yes. Any other answer basically tells you no. It's simple as that, right? Because the question is basically, is it okay to be white? It's that simple, right? If your answer is not yes, then you believe no. It's that simple. Whether you say not sure or no, it's no. So To me, I don't even understand all the mental gymnastics we want to engage in, right? And act like we're stupid, act like we don't hear all the comments that black people be making about white people and crackers and they smell like wet dogs and all the shit that we hear. I have grown up my entire fucking life listening to black people say racist shit about white people, but suddenly we want to act like, nah, they just making that shit up. Nah, this poll, like even if you throw the poll in the fucking trash, we know what it is, bro. Like stop this shit, man. Like y'all are straight up gaslighting.
Can I respond?
Y'all are gaslighting, bro. Like
he's not going anywhere with this.
The average black person today does not like white people, and the average black person today does not even understand. Seems at least to not understand the difference between the average white person and the state, the power structure, etc. Right? The average white person today, I'll say this again, right, has very little power and has not done jack shit to you. So if you hate white people, if you dislike white people because of what their ancestors did to your ancestors, right? That's your problem. It's not because they actually did some shit to you.
All right, I gotta pass it down the panel, and I got people in the back. And Jackie, you didn't do nothing wrong, but I gotta make room for Ed to come up. So you're being ejected. So yeah, got it. Yep. Okay, what you was about to say something?
So yes, this is sexist.
Misogyny.
You said this is misogyny.
Yep,
I'm done.
Yep. But all right. So
I would like to respond to that when I get a chance.
Yeah. I'll come back to you. So I think I can't even see. Okay, let me make this bigger so I can see who the hell is on the panel right now. I think is that oh shit, Dirty Folk. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. We got Dirty Folks in on this one. So go ahead. Go ahead, Dirty Folks. You got it. Dirty Folks.
We can't hear you.
Dirty Folks at a loss for words for the first time in his life. Okay,
man, y'all have me on mute, bro. You have me on mute.
Okay, you got it.
All right, man. And I'm glad Hood Conservative is in the panel because I'm about to steal his thunder. No, here's the thing. Black people literally call white people the man, right? They give man attributes
and devils.
I don't care about the devil part. What I'm saying is this. I've watched a lot of surveys. When people feel like they're the victim, they always attack the man. So black people say that white people are whatever, the devil, whatever. If there's another poll that asks women and gays, what has straight men ever done for society? And all of them said none. There's another survey that asks wives, they separated wives from husbands and said, yo, if whatever, fate of the world type stuff, true altruism, if you had to die or your husband had to die to save the world, who would die? And every wife said my husband, and every husband said me. I would sacrifice my wife. There is a hatred of men. It goes past race. It goes towards women that tell me that they don't have to respect black women, that told me they don't have to respect black men because black men have no power, white men have the power, and thus they're the only men, and they despise that power. When you guys talk about the race wars that happened between 1909 and 1921, when y'all start talking about the Rosewoods and Tulsa's a different situation, but there were like 50 of them. Only 3 of them was about money. The Chicago riots in 1919. All the rest were over women. So you're looking at a situation where even when you guys talk racism, you're talking about bottom feeder, trailer park white dudes who feel powerless, but they feel more empowered than black people, and they fight over a girl. All of this really comes down to, in my opinion, all of this comes down to female logic. It's just tolerant. When you listen to the show that you guys just put on with the girl, Fox Soul.
I thought that's what you was just talking about. But
no, I wasn't even talking about that. I ain't even got to that yet. When you start talking about Fox Soul, that is tolerant in action. How many times can you do 99 things for a girl? The one time you tell her no, she's trying to cheat on you because, you know what I'm saying, you ain't never did nothing for me. Like, shorty, I just paid your rent. Now you want to go out? I'm like, shorty, we ain't going out. I just paid your rent. Oh, you don't never do nothing for me. There's an ungratefulness that's an immaturity, man. And that's why
that's sad shit. Damn.
As a culture, black culture is dictated on the whims of a 16-year-old girl. You call it ageism.
Harazad Ali said that most black women don't go past 14 years old. You should address them accordingly.
I call him Tyler, so I'm cool with that. But
Wait, say that again.
I call them all Tyler, so I'm cool with that.
Harazad Ali said that most black women don't age past 14 years old. Just want to add to what he was saying.
I got you. I agree with you, bro.
That's interesting. I don't know.
They peak and then they plateau. They, like I said, everything they do. If you made a cartoon of a 14-year-old woman and a 54-year-old woman, and you made a cartoon and you didn't know which was which because both of them had 6-year-old bodies, they would do the exact same activities. The only difference would be the 54-year-old would start talking about bills. That's it. They act alike. So when you have a culture that revolves around the idealism of a 60, because men don't really think like that. Most men, if you talk to most men, right, most black men, they'll say that they were raised to dislike white people, and then they got older and realized that the white guys were the ones that gave them the opportunity. Like, white people don't mind if you're black, they just hate if you're dumb. They're the first ones to give you the opportunity. You know what I'm saying? They're the ones that train you for a position. When I ask people in panels, like on my panel, on Jap panel, on Mr. Palmer panel, and I say, man, put a 1 in the chat if a black woman in HR has ever hired you, put a
How
2.
is this about women?
Huh? When
How
I'm
is this about? How is this
I'm not making.
He said, "How did you make this about women?"
Fuck this.
We're talking about Scott Adams. You're making it about women. He has a point.
Everybody knows that anybody fuck somebody up is gonna be in HR, and that's black. Like almost every nigga got that.
You guys are crazy,
Right.
bro.
No.
Again, he don't really belong in this conversation.
Wait, time out, real quick.
Get ready for this one.
Real quick, time out. I think what Dirty Folks is saying is true. I think it is a fair question. Would its relationship to the Scott Adams whole piece? I think that part is sort of a fair question. But either way it go, what he's saying is true. I don't disagree with what he's saying though.
So
yeah, Patty,
you wrap it up so somebody else can go and go back to the topic.
All right, I'm gonna wrap it up. So as far as the Scott Adams thing goes, anytime there is a survey and you think of how can I dismiss a group of society, is going to be the group of society that you see as the man. Even though all your black organizations are run by white women and black pastors, they'll still say, yo, I have to attack the authority figure. It's a culture of chaos. It's a culture of toddling. So I have to attack the dominant society, the authority figure, the father figure. That's just what coloreds do. So I don't doubt it. That's what toddlers do. I don't doubt any survey that can denigrate a man that they won't denigrate, or denigrate the authority figure that they won't denigrate the authority figure. That's just how surveys work.
All right. We're gonna move on. Hold on, wait. You got next, Fatty, after Hood Server. I want to get with Hood Server. Got to say Fatty. Got to say Ed. Got to say. Then we'll just open fire back and forth after that. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. Go ahead, Hood Server. Hood Server going out once, going twice. I think he's muted. So yeah, you got to unmute yourself. I don't know if you're available, unmute yourself. But we're going to go ahead, Fatty.
So, first of all, thank you for having me. And I know it's black woman's fault, of course. We understand, right?
Yeah, this discussion wasn't about that. Dirty Folks just brought that in. So if you're gonna say that, you can address him directly. No,
it's fine. I just want to say that it's funny that people are against black victimhood, but when white people play the victim like this guy is doing, they are all for it, right?
Yeah, true.
Even if we talk about black crime, black people are killing each other. They're not killing white people. There's no black country invading white countries. There's no black legislators passing laws to segregate black people. There's no black people not renting to white people. This doesn't exist.
Whoa. That black people are murdering white people in America.
Please don't interrupt me, please.
Black people are murdering. You're not telling the truth.
Are they murdering them because they're black or white? Are they murdering them because they're white?
Because all he's gonna do is
and you're not letting them talk.
Can I finish?
So let him get all the bullshit out. I understand what you're saying, but let him run his mouth.
My points.
Go ahead, Fatty.
The question was the loaded question. It's the same thing as I come into a conservative panel and ask, does Black Lives Matter? It's the same thing as I go to a liberal panel and say, does Blue Lives Matter? Does White Lives Matter? Do all lives matter? Of course they all matter. But we know the political environment that we are on. So it's okay to be white is used as a white supremacist for white supremacist movements. They say it's okay to be white, so they think they are the victims because they can tell what they want. And let me just finish my point real quick, right? If we here as men said feminism and women are a hate group, we would be canceled. If a white person or whatever, or an Asian person would say that about the untouchables, they would be canceled. So with no aggression, with no proof, just because of a poll, if a white person comes to black people and says, you guys are an hate group, they should be canceled. It is what it is. We were crying about the untouchables, the J word that we can use, leveraging all the power to get whatever they want. And now that white people are literally doing the job for you and are doing exactly what the Jays usually do, unite on a circle and cancel someone that said that you guys, Bernard, JB, are a hate group, now you are crying because you got exactly what the Jews got. They shouldn't be talking like that about us. They shouldn't. The same way we shouldn't talk that about women, about white people. That's the name of the game. So now that you got what you wanted, now that black people have power, now that someone, a large population of the white population is fighting for your rights and is literally doing your bidding, why the hell are you complaining? Let them do the dirty work. It is what it is. This man is a 70-year-old millionaire that is going to be dead in 3 years. Why the fuck do we care about his feelings? Fuck him.
Nobody cared about his feelings.
Yeah, I mean, let me know when I can go.
Where am I next?
Yeah, nobody. You
no, I was
let me
just skip over me. Wait, real quick. Yeah, we did skip you, so I'll go back to you. But Fatty, hold on, real quick, Fatty. You refuted a bunch of arguments that nobody exactly made. I made it very clear. I'm not shedding a tear or lighting a candle for Scott Adams' feelings. I don't give a damn about that. What I was mostly breaking down is that 47% and how legitimate
prepaid
it was
arguments.
That's what we was actually going back and forth about.
Yes,
so,
but again, that's fine. It's not because of the poll. He has the right to say. Let's leave black people alone.
Okay, these are great. These are great arguments. You're just on the wrong panel for them.
Let me just.
That's what I keep saying.
Hey, just let them finish. Let them finish.
Hey, don't try to regulate homeboy up there, a mogul. But all right, Fatty, were you done or no?
I just wanted to say, unfortunately, this is why we are not okay. We forget what we want and we are not okay. If nobody did nothing about it, we will be saying, "Oh my God, why can a white person say we are a hate group and nobody does nothing about it?" And now that they are doing
what group?
A hate group.
A hate group.
Hate. Oh,
that's what he
said.
That's
the issue.
That's what he said, and that's the biggest issue. Our black people on this panel literally defending the guy that said that black people are a hate group. They are not.
No. See, no. He provided context. No. He provided. He said if this poll. No. Hold up. See, we're not arguing in emotions and feelings here. We're arguing in logic. He said if this poll is correct, then black people are a hate group.
No, it's not. Even if it is correct, it's not a hate group.
That is a
even if it is correct. No, it's not.
It
is a logical point. If one and two of a population believe you do not have the right to exist. Wait.
The question wasn't, do you hate white people? The question was, is it okay to be white? So you don't even know what you're talking about.
They don't believe it's okay for him to exist.
Then one said it's not okay for him to exist. You don't even know the.
All right, hold on. Go ahead, JB.
Inference of the question.
No, it's not.
If 1 in 2 of a population, 1 in 2 of a population believe you do not even have the fucking right to exist, then that's a
no one said that.
No one said that. He's a loading.
You don't even know what you're talking about. You're adding in shit.
Okay, guys, one second, guys.
What does it mean? What does it mean? Is it okay?
And this is the problem. You're a black person doing a white supremacist bidding. That don't even make no fucking sense. What you're saying.
If I could go after Edward, please. Because I wanted to finish, but that's fine.
You said it doesn't mean they don't have a right to exist when you ask the question, is it okay to be white?
That question is a loaded question. It can mean a million different things.
Let him finish his sentence. Let him. I don't mind interruptions, but try to just let somebody finish the general point. Now, if they try to make a run-on point or a combo point or a Uzi point, like then okay, cut the shit off. But he didn't even finish the one.
I have a
point.
very
Let him finish the
succinct
sentence.
question. I swear, I have a very succinct.
What the hell? Who
Stop, Fatty?
I passed it to Pablo.
Oh, okay.
Come
I'm sorry.
on.
Thank you for
That's disingenuous.
Here comes the chaos. Interesting how certain people don't
Pablo
handle certain
Pablo
shit,
has the
so.
mic. Pablo has
It
the
was
mic.
from the confusion.
Pablo
It's
has the
okay.
mic.
Asking
Pablo
Pablo
has a mic.
I'm asking a very succinct question. You said it doesn't mean they don't have a right to exist. So my question is, if asking the question, is it okay to be white? And the majority of the people who answered the question said, no, it's not okay. Then what does the question, is it okay to be white, infer?
So let me answer the question this way. Is it okay to be black?
Yes.
How is it okay? Wait. So if you ask me that question, how is it okay to be black when you're disenfranchised, when you're, only people think of you as
Bro, you
your
tapped
history is of
into it without
slavery?
answering the original question.
No, I'm just
Answer the
saying. I'm
man's
just saying.
original question, bro. Answer the original question before you start
No,
tap dancing.
I'm saying there's multiple ways to
Okay, so
answer the
admit no, you won't
question.
answer the question and then go on. You won't answer the question honestly. This shit
No,
frustrating, bro.
I'm answering the question the way I want to answer the question. So stop interrupting me.
With lies, bro. I know, yeah, with lies.
No one's lying. Yeah, I'm answering the question how I choose to answer the
Would
question.
you answer the question, is it okay to be human? That is a dumb question. Is it okay to be white? Is just as dumb.
I said this already. That's
Nate,
why I didn't flat out
Nate,
answer the question. I'm answering the question the
if
way
you
I
call
choose
it
to
a
answer
dumb
the question.
question, if you call it a dumb question, you acknowledge that 47% of black people are the idiots, bro. Don't do that. That's no matter what, it's a bad way to go.
We can't answer the question. Hold on. We can't answer the question. Is it okay to be human? Why? Because humans kill each other, and most humans be starving to death, and humans do so many bad things to each other. So
that's what I'm saying. It's a horrible question to ask. That's why.
No. You're trying to put it.
But you said yes to black immediately.
You're trying
to.
You
said yes to black immediately.
I didn't say that.
You notice how you never answered Pablo's question, right? You notice how you never answered.
No, I was answering this question. Y'all cut me off.
No, because you tried to frame it in an unanswerable way.
No, I did not. No, I did not.
You tried to put the question and the answer out on Mars somewhere to where.
No, I did not. The way what I was telling him is that question does not mean that that white people should not exist. That it literally doesn't mean that because of the many ways you can view that question. That's what I'm saying.
If the question is it okay to be white? The alternative is it's not okay. If it's not okay to be right, then you're effectively saying
No, you're not. You're drawing conclusions.
Let me finish.
You cut me off, dog. Don't give me that. Let me finish.
Effectively, you're saying, and yes, I'm drawing conclusions. That's what you do as an intellectual. You draw conclusions.
No, you don't draw conclusions with no facts, no evidence, no data. What are you talking about?
You draw conclusions as an intellectual. So if
not without facts, data.
If the alternative of it's okay to be white is it's not okay to be white, then you're effectively saying that they don't have the right to exist.
JB, he's a loaded question.
Why aren't you all considering?
Why are you allowing this bullshit person to speak? That don't make no sense.
Give me just 1 second to establish something, right? The problem is a loaded question. It's like saying, do Black Lives Matter? Most people, if you put that question on a Republican or a conservative,
why aren't you asking?
Real quick. Fatty was disingenuous about that is because it is a lot of political minutia behind Black Lives Matter. So I do see how I'm glad you agree. My point. So I see how people could get mixed up with that one, but still, even still, whoa, time out. Even still, the answer to that question is yes.
Yes, absolutely.
If a percentage of the population fumbles the ball on an easy yes or no question, you have to question that part of the population. There's no other way around that. Hold on. In the other disingenuous thing that you did, I'm not even going to call you disingenuous.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
The other thing that you did, because it is a sort of a, it is some sort of a political or social movement behind the phrase. Is it okay
It's
to be
okay
white?
to be white. Yes,
I never heard. I got my ear to the streets on this stuff, and I never
Yes.
even heard of that one.
No,
Everybody on earth know what Black Lives Matter is. I would argue that the vast majority of people who saw this poll did not know that it was some white nationalist.
I'll explain when you give me a
okay
chance.
to be white. I will.
They're trying to make
explain where it
being white
came
a
from.
victim. That's what they're trying to do.
No, bro. Listen, it has a history.
Do I have the
No,
right to
it's
reply?
conservative back.
Do I have the right?
I'm
Do I have the right
trying to.
Do I have the right to reply?
Hey, that's who's trying to talk. Cause please let him get in so I can jump in.
I'm trying to let Hood Conservative go. Go ahead, Hood Conservative.
Y'all act like black people didn't have to fight to actually be considered people in this country.
So
Like,
we'll get back to that.
Bro, hold on.
that shit is crazy to me. Like you weren't considered a person.
Go ahead, Hood Conservative.
A little history. For one, to just to counter a quick point about Black Lives Matter, people were shot for saying white lives matter in response. Like, this was the thing. People don't really understand how deeply intense that whole Black Lives Matter moment was. When if a group of black people, this is a story that really happened. A group of black people walking down some street yelling Black Lives Matter, a group of white people walking past says white lives matter, and gunfire happens. So the phrase "it's okay to be white" was born out of this kind of thing, where the whole Black Lives Matter thing was being used like an aggressive weapon. And then people realized, people in 4chan, which is like a
that's not true.
Some kind of internet like posting board or whatever, people came up with a trolling campaign. They went to different colleges, universities. I think they started out at one college and just posted up a simple flyer saying it's okay to be white. And the university called it a hate crime. And then the campaign grew, and they did it several different times in different cities and different locations. And it made the news several times. Just uttering the phrase, "it's okay to be white," gets people labeled a racist. So the people who see that happen, they see there's a problem now. And then you couple that with not so much the poll. The poll in and of itself doesn't mean anything. Right now on Twitter, there's a little back and forth between different black conservatives on Twitter about
Can we all agree that this is all propaganda?
Hold on, bro. There's a little controversy right now on Twitter where black conservatives are trying to deny the overwhelming evidence of black mob violence against individual white people. So let me say what I'm talking about very specifically. There are a few videos where it's just one-on-one having a fight, black guy, white guy, black girl, white girl, one-on-one fighting. You know what? Not really gonna trip about that. People fight, shit happens. There are tons more videos of one random white person getting demolished by a group of black people, and these are going viral. And then white people, I was playing a video, I was reviewing a video on SKC's channel. There's the No White Guilt channel, and the white people are gathering, discussing what to do in the face of this uncontrollable black violence. It's a thing that's happening in America. I was on your panel recently. I told you recently. Hold on.
So there are mobs of white people that attack and lynch black folks? Is what you saying?
Nigga, prove it.
What do you mean, nigga, prove it? What are you talking about? You prove what you're saying. You don't want to say outlandish dumb shit.
Show
us what you talking about.
Show me FBI reports.
What do you mean FBI? Who is the most attacked group as a hate group? Go to the most attacked group for hate crimes, and who you gonna pull up? It's not Asians, you dumb fuck. It's black people
right now.
Here we go. All right.
A lot of y'all don't really know, because I've had conversations with a lot of y'all, and I agree where I agree, I don't where I don't. But yeah, I mean, some stuff we just going to agree to disagree. I mean, we just are. And it gets to the point where there's certain things that I'm just no longer going to invest a lot of time in proving, because at this point, people, they want to believe what they want to believe, and that is what that is. The reality, I mean, I can show you statistics. I mean, when it comes to who gets locked up and all that, but whatever. My thing I just want to attack is this idea of black people being a hate group. As far as what this dude was talking about, the reality is you have a lot of white folks, because I've heard white dudes saying the is it okay to be white shit? Because at the end of the day, what they want is they want to be able to do what the fuck they want to be able to do and nobody say shit. That's really what that comes down to. They want the right to, a lot of them. There is a red pill element of it, and they need to look at their own Caucasian females for that. Because let's keep it real. At the end of all of this is where I'll thread the needle with everything that's being said. There's a white person at the top of every last thing that is being talked about. This idea that anything goes down in this country without some group of white people co-signing it, that's true for the liberals, that's true for the conservatives. When you look at Black Lives Matter, that was George Soros in behind that. When you look at all of these things, and so a lot of this stuff that we're talking about is really black people just caught up in class warfare. At the end of the day, the people that want to control Caucasians are other Caucasians. Ever since the Vietnam War, where they started protesting a little bit too hard, about not wanting to do that, that's when you saw feminism. I'm talking white feminism. And yeah, black women were involved. They made them the tip of the spear. So white folks weren't paying attention to the white women that were pulling threads. Because I've always said a conservative white woman has never given back a law that a liberal white woman has passed. And white women are the largest demographic in the United States. So individual demographics. So my point is that white people can look no further. If it's not okay to be white, that has nothing to do with like the smaller percentage that white people occupy, the smaller majority that they still occupy. That has to do with other white people, the rich in particular. And I'm a capitalist that want to control all the other men. And this is one thing that white dudes go out of their way to not really address. Like right now, millennials only occupy 4% of the wealth versus other groups occupy 9% in the same age bracket. So, and they're starting to have those conversations too. So when you see this little white frustration, black people are set like what, 10, 12% of the population? The Hispanics were let in by other white people. Now we can play the political game, but truth be told, the conservatives let them in there. The conservatives let her in there for economic reasons. The liberals let them in there for stupid reasons. So my point is that when we have this conversation about our black people a hate group, even if you say they are, black people don't have the ability to affect white people in a large manner. And by the way, all that bullshit, that shit about the I would argue there's more fucking school shootings by white folks than it is mob violence.
And before anybody else goes, I posted the statistic. I posted the data. You show yours, motherfucker. Show your shit about black people attacking white people being a problem. 48.5% of hate crimes that are reported to the FBI is for anti-black rhetoric. It's anti-black. So it's not Asian. It's not white people. It's nobody. Half of hate crimes that happen in America.
No, stop right there. Stop. That's why bro, that is weak as fuck. You talking about rhetoric, and I'm talking about violence. That's some weak bullshit.
This is violence. This is hate crimes. This is violence. I'm saying any type of rhetoric. Right. I'm saying anything. And this is just the violence. This is the violence. All
right, real quick.
And stop muting me. I'm speaking facts.
Hold on. Whoa. Don't tell me to stop muting you. I drop you down from the whole panel. If I mute you, I mute you. Don't unmute yourself and then talk over the mute. Damn it. I was about to bring him back up. I want you to come back up.
I was just going to say this, Bernard.
I want him to come
white
back
people
up.
Control this idea. Let me tell you how fantastical that idea is. And I'm not going to go on a long soliloquy. Do white people control do white people control the courts? Does anybody disagree with that?
Jews do.
The government
controls
the
courts. Difference.
So you're telling me that if I get in front of a jury, most likely that's going to be a whole bunch of Jews. Not a whole bunch of
jury, the judges.
Let me hold on.
The judge and the lawyers will be. The judge and the lawyers.
This is what I want to see. I want to see a conversation where a white man gets involved in mob violence, and that's not being addressed. The police are just dragging their feet on it. The black dudes are just able to skate. That's what the fuck I want to see. This idea of black men just magically appearing like fucking demon Spawn and whooping white dudes, and then the police, everybody, you're just a white man. It's okay. Like that's the shit that I want to see.
Edward, can I address this?
Edward, I was trying to. Hold up, Edward. I was trying to respond to your question. You didn't even hear. And I think Pablo actually kind of hinted at it because both Pablo and I are in Georgia. Like In Georgia, it's actually black women that run the courts. Like a lot of the courts in Georgia are run by black women. Like a lot of the justice system, even in some conservative counties, like you'd be surprised, it's actually run by black women.
Can I address this now?
Go ahead, Nate.
All right, so I actually have some stats for you. Got a fact check sheet from Reuters. Let's see here. Okay, according to FBI's expanded homicide data from 2018, the most recent report of this kind of Reuters was available to find here. 80.7 of the murders of white people were committed by white offenders, while 15.5 of the murders of white people were committed by blacks. Now, let's see. According to FBI's data, 8% of reported murders of black people were committed by white offenders. 88.9% of murders of blacks by black offenders. So double the amount. Let me finish, please. Double the amount of black people are killing white people than white people killing black people.
That doesn't mean shit. All right, what kind of dumb? Are you that stupid? I thought you were smart, but you're not. That was the dumbest conspiracy ever.
These niggas are retarded.
Does that mean it's a hate crime that they murdered them, or what? Does that mean they killed them because they're white, or what? What context do you have to support anything you're saying?
Why are you so wound up?
How does it matter?
Okay,
because you're not making any fucking sense.
No, I make a complete amount of sense. You're a leftist idiot.
Everybody stop.
Nobody sees, and everybody you disagree with, you call leftist. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Dude, can you hear me, Mogul?
I can't. You're low. You're low, Bernard. I can't even hear you.
I am low. Is that? Did everybody agree with that? That my mic is low?
No, your mic is fine. He's an idiot.
Wait, I'm seriously.
No, he's low to me.
Hold on. Okay, I want a straight answer from somebody other than Mogul. Is my mic low?
No,
not to me.
No.
Okay, all right. So I'm just going to assume Mogul. Would you be hearing me trying to get control of the panel and you just be keeping going? All right. Okay. All right. Here's the deal. When it comes to a hate crime, yes, it is based off the reason why, but it started out with, it was a question of who's more violent, and then Mogul went to hate crime, and that separated it from who's more violent. That put it in the category of this particular type of crime. Why did they do it versus just looking at the raw numbers of how many crimes take place?
As if it matters.
More specific. It's more accurate than what you're saying. You're saying all crimes.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
You're trying to blame it because of a racist issue. It's not.
No,
this is clearly a hate crime.
You care why somebody murders you?
You sound stupid.
Calling somebody an N-word is a hate crime. Why are you calling somebody an N-word the same as somebody getting killed? Like verbal altercations.
Calling someone an N-word while committing a crime is a hate crime.
And an idiot.
Because anybody can murder anybody. What are you talking about? The reasons for it does not have to do anything with race.
You care why somebody murders you, or do you care that
nothing to do with race, you fucking retard. That's the issue.
I mean, for one, hate crimes are a stupid concept in and of itself.
Oh, now they're stupid. Oh, but when you were saying when you were saying Asians were the most hate crime, it wasn't a problem then.
Hold on, we gotta establish some one at a time, because this just ain't working.
So are we making an argument that black people are really oppressing white people?
No, I don't think anybody is making that argument. That's not the argument. At least,
bro, they're stupid. They're not making an argument at all. They just,
if I mute you, don't unmute yourself immediately after I mute you. All right. Goddamn. All right. So, what is the because we so far upfield? I don't even know.
I just want to let the record show the black men last year would have faced a homophobia, transphobia, anti-Semitism, a sexual assault on women. I mean, we were the face of all that shit last year. So when I hear these conversations, it's like, God damn, I'm surprised y'all ain't got. This is why Tatum has a 2 million YouTube channel, because it helps validate these arguments. Apparently, because understand, when they say this bullshit, they are never talking about black women. Notice how these conversations, I'm not talking about y'all, but I'm talking about in the media, whenever these conversations begin to be broached about what black people are doing, it is always black men, particularly young black men. When they're 40 and under. It is never. No, there's a reason I'm saying, hold on. Let me finish. Hold on.
We shouldn't address it because we worried about what white people think.
Dude. Stop. You the one being triggered. I'm not even talking. Dude. Shut up! I'm not done yet.
Hold on. Wait, Pablo, hold your thought, Pablo. I think you're making a good point, but go ahead and finish, Ed.
So my point, I ain't never say nothing about not addressing the shit. But what I said was, the point is when people are making these arguments, understand that people are making these arguments for very different reasons. Like you do have people that make these arguments to basically pull off this shit that they're. This is how shit like Kyrie Irving happens. This is like shit, like even though Kanye was saying crazy shit, this is how shit because they make us the face. It's not for we gotta help white people. Like for instance, when Ari Emanuel did the bullshit he did trying to make Kyrie Irving look bad and Kanye, he lost billions of dollars or almost $1 billion for Adidas, as well as fucking he didn't give a fuck, and he ain't even white. He's Israeli. But the point is, it's about making us the face of everything. Now, if you want to talk about it, cool. But this idea that it's like a universal argument. And again, going back to what I said about sisters, the reality, if we know, the reason I brought that up is we know black women are way more racist and violent when it comes to these attitudes, but they know black women don't got no power that they're given. Versus men are considered more of a threat. So men are the ones that need to be subdued.
Gone on enough.
Bro, what are you trying to fight for, Whitey? Is that what you up here for? You tap dancing right now?
Fall in love with their argument.
Go ahead, Pablo. Go ahead, Pablo.
Yo, that's so original. That's so
care.
original. Oh, you tapped dancing for the white man.
Do not care what racist white men are trying to do. A simple answer to the original question, is it okay to be white? A simple answer of yes kills everything. It's dead.
Okay, you've already said that. I wasn't addressing that part.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say
you already said that shit. That's nobody's.
I wasn't fuck Bernard for having a conversation. He could have just did this in a 60-second short.
Majority of
right?
blacks just answered yes. They would have
the way you talking, we could have killed this in 60 seconds.
They would have no. They would have no case. They would have nothing.
Or if blacks would have said, I'm not going to answer this stupid question, then we would have no issue.
No, I wouldn't have answered it either.
I'm not answering this dumb shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't have dignified it. Fuck the yes. I would have
dignified it. Edward there, 100%. You don't dignify this retarded question.
I think that's even funnier. I think refusing to answer is even funnier.
Because it goes back to what I just said. I know people ask these dumbass questions.
Yeah,
like, I know what they're going to do. Like any demographic.
I know what they're going to do with this question. They're going to make it
some people are just
issue.
easy to troll.
And they're going
we are being trolled so hard right now, bro. Don't you guys see that shit?
Exactly.
They pumped crack cocaine in our community. Motherfucker, don't smoke crack.
I agree with Pablo there.
wait. So we still gonna sit here and act like we don't actually know as black people that most black people don't like white people. Like we just gonna sit here.
Let me address that part because that shit has, first of all, like when you keep saying, like, understand that a lot of y'all and we all come from slightly different families. We all come from different families.
Time out. It's somebody when somebody is like mumbling in the background, like they unmuted having a conversation with somebody in the house with them. Who the hell is doing that?
No, that ain't me. I mean, I was about to answer this. Black people don't like white people. Shit.
Yeah. If somebody's talking, I mean,
you may have a troll on here.
Yeah, I'm thinking. But go
not
ahead.
Me. I can assure you.
All right, go ahead, Ed. Because it's real quiet now. But go ahead, Ed. Let's
answer it next, please.
So as far as this black people don't like white people thing, look, we understand what folks. Like, let's be clear here. Everybody says some shit about everybody in their own family. Like white people, immigrants, pick a race, black people. But even still, like I didn't hear that shit in my fucking family. Like, I didn't. So I know, but I know families where that stuff was hidden by. I know, so I get that part. But the reality of the situation is black people have to deal with white people a lot more than white people have to deal with black people. And the truth is, when we look at prejudice, the difference between prejudice and racism is white people have the power to fuck not only black people, but a lot of other groups, minus maybe the Jewish people, up. That's the point. It's the collective power of it. And what people try to say is they try to make the prejudice more powerful than the actual ability and willingness to do it. The reality is black people cannot affect white people like that. So hold on. So when they view shit, they can take that shit and connect that to a lot more shit than what black folks can do. And I'm going to main one to say, go ahead.
Let me ask you this, Ed, because this is hold on, wait, Ed. This was okay, JB. I think you're about to make the same point as me. When Scott Adams was saying that, he was speaking as a individual citizen who I guess does, philanthropy and stuff to help black people. He said he donate a lot of his resources and stuff to help black people. He was speaking as an individual white man. So when you say white people have the power to do thus and so, you're talking about the government of the country. You're not talking about. You're not talking about.
Well, no. Let me.
So I guess the government is not controlled by the majority of the people. That's what you're saying. And by the way, when you say government, what are we talking about? State government or local government? Because that stuff. So understand, there is no state. There is no state. Maybe Maryland, and I don't even give you Maryland. The black people control. Like you got to get to, and even in local municipalities, you'd be hard pressed to not have an economic controller when it comes to white folks. So when we play that government as a separate entity, and
we don't even got to play that.
To me, that's a way of just.
We don't even got to play that.
Well, my point is, as an individual white man,
this man is worth millions.
Let me tell you something about Scott. Fuck his white guilt. Okay,
thank you.
What I saw with a lot of that bullshit was white guilt, and then he's just frustrated about that shit. Look, I'm the nigga that said, I fuck getting rid of these statues. I want these statues to stay. When white people were mad about black people getting rid of all the statues, I was like, no, this is a part of it.
You're leaving the point.
Well, my point is, no, but y'all are doing, he's an individual white man that did the philanthropy. Do you know any philanthropy he's actually done? And why?
Philanthropy? Like he
that's white guilt. Fuck that.
What is that?
Can I giving you niggas
and then
money.
People take that and believe this is I'm white and I say so all over again. But I'll go after you.
Go ahead.
Ed, my simple point is that to me he's just a dude. He's not that fucking important.
Wait, but not even that.
When I said that, I wasn't saying, oh, look what he did for us. No, I don't.
No, I know you weren't saying that. But what I'm saying is, I know you weren't saying that.
Damn it. Damn it. Okay, I want to go to JB. I was just simply, when I mentioned he's an individual person, that was me saying he's not that damn important to where I don't give him the might and power of the United States government and military behind his statements on YouTube in front of a grainy Android. Who the fuck is he?
Right.
That's what I meant.
Bernard,
go ahead, JB.
Bernard,
you
can
go ahead,
even
JB.
take
You got next, little big Nate.
You can take it away from the government, right? Even if we're talking about power, like this collective. As a collective, they can do this shit. It's bullshit. It's actually just factually not true. Like most white people do not have power.
Thank you.
It's only a tiny percentage. It's a small percentage of white people, of actually people in general, of every demographic. It's only a small percentage. This is not JB's opinion. This is just a fact. It's a small demographic of a small percentage of every demographic.
That doesn't mean they don't have power.
Oh, goddamn nigga, can you bro? This nigga always interrupting, bro.
Go ahead. Go ahead, JB.
This is why you can't talk to niggas, bro. Okay, it's only a small percentage of any demographic across the board. Pick one, any of them, that actually hold any power or legitimate influence to influence individual people's lives, right? So every time we talk, white people as a collective, that's bullshit, right? I have more power than the average white person.
That's fucking lie, but okay, go ahead.
Can I say something?
Of course, see,
like y'all are crazy, man.
Of course, see this.
That's called a nigga that ain't had a nigga wake up call.
Well, JB's black, so he can't have power. He can't.
There you go. Thank you.
No, that's called not having a nigga wake up call.
No, he's black. He can't have power in America. He's black.
I didn't say that. But I said, but this idea that y'all do, no.
That's what you meant.
So, Edward, why did you so quickly disregard what I said, though?
When you say power, give me an example of this more power that you have over a white person. Give me.
I'm an order damage appraiser with a checkbook from an insurance company. I got more power than a bunch of white guys.
Nate, stop. Edward, I asked you a question. You cannot then ask me to defend myself based on what you said. I'm asking you, why did you so quickly deny it?
Because I need to understand. Are you talking about money? What are we talking about?
I mean, you already reacted.
But like you're not, because power is a whole. Power is like a. First of all, I'm talking about collective power. The fact that you met me, my collective power, individual power, is bullshit. It's no, you don't understand the dynamics of power. It's just like we were just talking about mob mentality. Like no, it was just when we were talking about mob mentality earlier. If you're dealing with a whole bunch of broke ass niggas, but you got a white man that's a millionaire, if the mob decides to attack him, then that's going to put power over that white man. So now we're flipping.
Can I get a piece of this?
Wait, hold on. I got you, Little Big Nate. I want to find out what question did JB ask that Ed didn't answer. JB, what was your question?
Because I said, right, my statement was very specific. I said, JB, have more power than the average white person. His immediate reaction was basically, like I said, some crazy shit. So now I asked
him, but then you have more money than the average white person.
Whoa. He's getting to the question. He's getting to the question.
So his immediate reaction was, like I said, some crazy shit, right? So he said, I forgot exactly what he said, but his immediate reaction is like, I said some crazy shit. So Nate responded.
No, I said it was true.
Based on Nate's response.
Let him get to it. Let him answer.
Nate responded. And so Edward said, no, he was coming from a defeatist perspective. So I asked him, okay, bet. If you're not coming from that perspective, then why did you immediately react like that when I made that statement?
Because, like I said, when you say you have more power, you have more money. That's what most black people mean when they say
money is power.
But I didn't say that though.
Yeah, so power
money is power.
Oh my God, man.
Money is power.
You just go blah, 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 blah. That's what we gonna do.
Money is power.
I didn't answer the question.
All right.
Money
So
is power.
we gotta ask.
Can y'all let Edward answer though? Because I never mentioned money. So,
yeah,
why did you disregard it?
And that's why I asked, what do you mean by power?
You didn't ask, you only asked after I called you out on it. So I'm asking you.
No, I told you didn't call. You asked a follow-up question. You didn't call me out on it. And I responded, and y'all didn't like it.
What made you
like I have no problem. Look, motherfucker, I have no problem having this debate with y'all on a later time. But I answered the fucking question. Like I said, because power, now y'all can just switch up what power is. Hold on. I was originally talking about collective power, and you all responded
but I made a
with a microcosm. When you responded with individuals. Bill Cosby question. Does Bill Cosby have more power than average white person?
Talking about Bill Cosby.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he does. Yes. So that power did a lot for him, right? When they just decided
the reason
he did 20-30 years
ago. A legitimate defense. Yeah, all that money.
Wait,
now he's out of jail. Yeah.
Wait, Nate, hold up real quick.
Niggas are crazy.
Nate, can you let let me and Edward do this, right? Because you notice how
I'm sorry, though. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
He's still not answering my question, right?
I know.
Again, I never mentioned money, right? And I didn't tell you how I had more power. I just
and that's why I asked the question. So answer it. What do you mean when you say power?
No. You don't get to dismiss my point.
You're not making one.
You don't get to dismiss my point. You dismiss my point.
All right, say what you gotta say, JB.
You dismissed my point before you asked any questions. So I'm asking you, when you dismissed it in the first place, why did you? That's what I'm asking you.
I dismissed it because I said it wasn't true before that.
Okay, so why isn't it true?
Thank you.
Dude,
this man is a high level.
And in order for me to answer that, I need to understand what you define power is. Let me tell you why I say this.
Wait.
This is crazy. This is fucking
I love this shit.
Okay, all right. The $1 million question. The $1 million question is JB. Hold on. The $1 million question is JB. How do you define power? Go ahead.
No, I'm not letting him off on that, Bernard. Because you notice here's what we're getting at, Bernard. Right? It's a domino effect. This is a classic domino effect, right? Because I made the statement. I made the statement, and I said what I said. He reacted to my statement, right? He reacted to my statement. He didn't just react by asking a question. He reacted like I said some crazy shit. So now I want to know, why was what I said not true? He cannot then ask me. He cannot then ask me to now provide him the proof to help him with his reason for why what I said was not true in the first place. That doesn't make any sense.
Very fair point. Very fair point. So I'm gonna throw it back to Ed. Okay, so when
Can
JB,
Nate get it, please?
Dude, I was talking about collective power. He was talking about individual power.
Okay,
So you're
all right,
saying
but
that as an individual,
wait a
you
minute,
got
Ed, you cut me off when I was trying to frame it. He said he has more power than the average white man. For all you know, JB is worth $1 million. The average white man is some dude making 50K somewhere. Are you saying that even if JB is worth $1 million, he don't have more power than some white dude making 50K?
What I was saying
And
that
I never made it about money. I never said
I
anything about money.
what I was saying that I was making a collective argument, but it has nothing to do with individualism. So
But
just
I made a specific argument.
Collectivism
The one
is
you
nonsense.
reacted to, the argument you reacted to was
power
my
is not
specific
individual.
argument.
Collective power beats individual power.
Edward, are you listening, bro? My specific argument was JB. You
Which
literally
is
read
why
on the
I
tape.
dismissed it because it wasn't what the fuck I was talking about.
The
Can I get a
literal point I
piece?
made was an individual argument, and you dismissed my
But
individual argument.
because that's not what the fuck I was talking about.
You said no. You said it's not true.
You
That's
said
what you
you didn't say
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
That's
you
not what I was
acted like
talking
you
about.
was
You
saying
said it's not
y'all
true.
wanna, what y'all are trying to do is hold
said it
me
was
on
not
this
true.
shit. Dude, I talk about this on my channel all the fucking time. I don't respect individual power because collective beats it every time.
Because JB
But
is a
that's
black
not,
man.
dude, because let me tell you why that's bullshit. Let me tell you why that's bullshit. I'm gonna tell you why that's bullshit. Because they talk about white people have a certain degree of separation when it comes to other white folks, when it comes to class. So the difference is if it ever became a situation where they need to usurp your individual power, the question is, do they have the ability to do so? And what's the likelihood that they can? And that's what I'm talking. Collective power matters more. You want to put the fear in it. And that's why I need to get more involved because you want to hold it to JB. I will debate you on this shit straight up.
I
Fuck
will
this
exert my,
conversation.
you know, I exert my power on white guys all the time.
Wait,
I can
but
tell you
still
how.
can't answer the direct question though. You still can't answer the direct question.
Dude, it's not no answer a direct question, dude. I
you've
told
done is
you
shift the
why you can accept it or not.
All you've done is
Accept it
shift
or
the
don't.
goalposts. You've been shifting the goalposts.
JB, you gotta let
I
it
have
go,
not
bro.
shifted the goalposts. I've been very
What I said was
consistent.
not true. You said what I said was not true. That's what you said. You said it's not true. So, and you still cannot tell me why you said it's not true.
Because
we're
you're
not-
black.
Because my point
I
was
told
not
you.
my specific point was not about the collective. In fact, I made it so specific.
Well, nigga, understand something. That was
rerun the tape.
nigga. That is the flow of information that I was talking about in microcosm. So, nigga, if you want this all of a sudden clippable moment, make it a clippable moment. But I'll debate you on this shit, like straight up. So fuck your question.
So
I've
you're
already
in it right
answered
now
it.
and
You
you
can't
can't defend
accept it.
yourself,
That's
but you
your
wanna
problem.
debate. You're
Mr.
in it
Rowley.
right now, and you can defend your point. Your own.
I'm not getting up in my point, dude. I talk about this
Good
all the time
afternoon,
on my
Mr.
fucking
Rowley.
channel
Okay, but
about
we're talking about
collective
right now.
strength
About
versus
the
individual.
collective
I'm
white
talking about
boogeyman.
hyper individualism, where
But the-
niggas think
okay,
they
so
can
collective
usurp
white
the collective
boogeyman, Mr.
group
Rowley.
based
It's
on
good to speak
Okay, that's a
individuality.
separate argument. That's a separate argument.
No,
We're
that's the
not-
argument I was
no one's
making
arguing that.
originally. Don't fuck
No
what you
one's
was
arguing that
talking
point.
about.
All right.
Okay.
No one's arguing that point.
Okay.
No,
Okay,
son, that's what I was fucking talking about. That's what I
Bernard, you
always
see?
talk about when I come on here. And you basically
Okay, so
stuck some
Bernard, you
bullshit in
see?
there, and now you want to hold it to that. Because
Okay,
nigga,
all right.
understand something.
Wait,
If
Bernard, you see
Wait, JB.
what this proves, Bernard, what this proves, right?
Okay.
This is what this proves. What this proves, and the reason why I wanted to die on this hill is what this proves is that a lot of these niggas really don't believe they really believe themselves.
that is not true, JB. The problem is
Hold on, Ed. I don't even know.
reason these guys talk about white
Wait a minute.
supremacy so much is because they believe white people are
Nate,
Boy, you just
hold
keep
on,
muting me so you can
Hold
let
on, my
this
bad.
nigga
No.
fire up
I
his
just
shit. All right.
muted Nate. I just muted Nate. I literally just muted Nate. When you said, when you jumped in and said that is not true, JB, I don't even know what statement he made that wasn't true because he didn't even finish making the statement. I just want to hear somebody complete a thought before somebody refutes the
Let me
thought.
finish this point, Bernard.
Finish the point, JB.
What this proves, right, is that because you see how quickly, right, when I made a very specific point, right, my point was, you can replay the tape. My point was so specific. I said, JB, have more power than the average white person, right? That's what I said. And immediately, all I got was, oh my God, this is crazy. This is not true, etc. Right? That's all I got. And so what this proves is that a lot of these niggas really believe themselves to be inferior. right? Because no one
You see how he's adding all this
all these
bullshit
people.
to it,
Listen,
but okay.
listen. So, like for example,
Yeah, because that's reflective of what I've always talked about. But okay.
Can I just finish my point? Can I just finish my point? If Edward's reaction would have been, "Okay, JB, what power do you have?" Then we could have had that conversation. But the immediate reaction was not true. That was the immediate reaction, right? So they really believe themselves to be inferior that they can't even see.
Yeah, man, I believe in it being inferior.
What I'm saying, by the way,
that's what I believe. Because that's reflective of what I've always said on this panel. Go ahead.
By the way, what I'm saying is a literal.
Because what you're doing is you're taking a point you never meant to make, and now you're adding all these conclusions to it.
What I'm saying is a literal fact. Only the small percentage of the small top percent of every demographic holds any legitimate power or influence over the rest of the population. That is a fact, not my opinion, right? So when we like to, every time we want to make an argument about white people, you always got to say, but the collective. Yeah, but the average white person literally has no power or very little. That's just a fact. But
dude,
anyway,
when you do you understand? Oh man, it's literally the ball is on.
Mr. Riley, just shut it down, dog. Come on,
Mr. Riley. Good afternoon, sir. So basically, so you tell me. So if that's the case, so you're saying that really Caucasians are not in charge of this country. That's what you're essentially saying. It's really all the other families of different colors of the fucking rainbow that make that up in the United States. Because the country, because the argument you're making is a class first argument. That's a class first argument.
My white next door neighbor is not in charge of the country, but Joe Biden.
That is not how that works. Okay, all right,
Mr.
Riley. All right, y'all got it. Y'all got it.
The people at the state the people at the levels of the state government and the local government, they run the country, and they're elected officials.
This is why, and I understand something. This is why we're in a gynocracy, because black men don't understand the levels of this shit. This is the same argument that black women don't really control the community. It's just a whole bunch of niggas that are weak, that are unseen, this is why black men as a group.
No. The reason black men are failing is because black men vote for the gynocracy they complain about. That's what it is, Edward.
No, that's not. It's just beyond voting.
Black people
voting Republican does not solve that problem. I'm gonna tell you why. Because low key, a lot of your white conservative females are gynocrats too.
Well, man, get out of here with that shit.
Okay.
Get out of here with you, Edward.
Mr. Riley,
you live in a state of the white boogeyman. That's what you live in a state of. Like most leftist blacks, the white boogeyman, the mean white collective. There's a white boogeyman under every can of grape soda and bag of flaming hot Cheetos. This is how niggas like you think and they live, and we fail because of it. Period.
Can I have a statement here? And good afternoon, Mr. Riley. How are you?
Go ahead. You got it.
Okay, this conversation kind of leads me to what Mr. Fuller said in 1971. If you do not understand white supremacy racism, what it is and how it works, everything else that you understand will only confuse you. Will only confuse you. And what I hear in this conversation is a bunch of confusion. And the confusion here is about power. Power is the will plus the ability. White people collectively don't have that, but they are led by a small minority of them that influences them to act on their behalf. So white people are.
Would you say that the small percentage of white people that have power, their biggest goal is to make sure that small group maintain that power and don't yield it to anybody, including the mass of white people? Okay, so then what are you talking about? You're not even talking about white supremacy and collective white power.
Actually,
you're talking about the global top 1%ers who that's what you're talking. You're talking about the top percent of a percent. You're talking about that. You're talking about class. You're talking about all kind of other things.
I have talked to more white men. I have talked to more white men than any black person in the black manosphere. For the last 20 years, I've been an auto damage appraiser, right? I've gone to hundreds of shops over the last 20 years, okay? The body shop business in the South is a white, redneck, Republican business, period. I have sat in the break rooms of hundreds of body shops, ate my lunch with white, redneck men. No man in this space has talked to, communicated with more of these people you niggas on the left are terrified of than me. I can tell you what they think. You don't know. I can tell you what they think. Okay?
Well, sir, stop yelling because everybody can hear you.
No. I know. No. You're not going to tell me to stop yelling. I've been waiting to talk for a while now. Okay?
Go ahead.
Now,
well,
no, I'm going to tell you what they think.
Let's let them go.
But before you come up here with your white boogeyman bullshit and your hereditary slave trauma nonsense, let me tell you what the facts are, okay? Black people at the most have 1 or 2 white people that might be in charge of any decisions in their life. 1 or 2. Chances are the HR person that can fire you ultimately is a woman, maybe a white woman or a black woman. So please stop telling me white people have all this control over your life. JB said something brilliant, and I want to carry back on it. I have more power over hundreds and thousands of white men. I have a checkbook from an insurance company. I go to body shops, these white redneck body shops. I tell them what I'm going to pay for and what they need to take off their supplements. Their bottom line is determined by me. I tell them what's going to be paid for. I got power over thousands of white men. Now talk to me about your bullshit.
Because if they don't like the answer you give, they just got to eat that shit in the ass. There's nobody else they can talk to.
Collectivism is bullshit. It's an
I'm just saying because you always top down. Because there's nothing if they don't like the answer you give them, there's just nobody else they can talk to. They just got to deal with whatever they say, and that's the beginning.
Can I ask you a question?
Please, that's not how Americans work.
Can I ask you a question about this collectivism?
Well,
can I ask you a question? Tell me. Tell me if I'm wrong, and you tell me what you think about this. And this is my problem when you revert to a collective argument. In my opinion, collectives don't have power. Even by whatever measure you're using the word, collectives don't have power. Well-defined groups can only wield power. A collective is a made-up concept to disguise the fact that it's actually a well-defined group. Okay. And if you're going to point to a well-defined group, that's a different thing. But as a collective, you're making the ghost story argument. Like there's the ghost of racism in the system, and it just does things that nobody can actually point to an individual villain. It's a ghost. That's the collective argument. It's a ghost. No, you have to point to actual groups.
All right,
without groups, then the power argument falls apart.
Has always been that black people don't work together as a group, and this is in economics and a lot of stuff is a group sport. Now we could call it whatever fuck we want to call it. I was the one that coined the term white supremacy exists, but black people help it run like a well-oiled machine based on their dumb shit. I said that years ago in this space. So the problem is we got extremes. We got folks that they only see that racism either doesn't exist at all and everybody's making an excuse, or racism is the boogeyman and everything is that fault. Y'all try to act like everybody wants to stay there in the middle when in actuality they're on one diametrically opposed position.
Why do darker people than
for real, and that's really the problem with y'all. Y'all think it doesn't, and I don't care.
I have a question.
Dude. You can ask
why do darker people than us come
you
to
can
this
ask this you can ask your opinion. I really don't care.
Nate,
why
let
do
Ed
darker
finish.
people? I'm sorry.
Let him finish.
And so what happens is this argument has to prove. I gotta prove. I don't give a fuck if you want to believe it don't exist. That's your prerogative. I don't have a
problem today.
I don't have a need to
not
prove
a real problem
to people. I don't give a fuck about proving it. If you don't believe it, that's fine. I respect the fact that you don't. And I've told conservatives that. And I've had conversations with conservatives where we agree on shit that we agree. I don't go on these little jihad where I'm like, okay, these niggas cannot exist because they believe this opinion.
Well, can
all right. Go ahead, Nate. Nate was trying to respond to Ed. Go ahead, Nate.
Mr. O'Reilly, I have a question after these people make a statement.
Hold on, Nate. I'm sorry. I muted you, Nate. You got to unmute. I'll unmute you. Hold on.
All right,
there you go.
My apologies, Bernard. I get a little.
No, yeah, all right, yeah. We gotta try to go one at a time. Gotta try to get to the end of a point. All right,
it's just the collectivism boogeyman is what black, and I'm not saying this is true of Edward, but the collectivism boogeyman is what has black people at the absolute bottom of the totem pole in entrepreneurship and productivity. You sit there thinking oh, well, you know, we got this collectivist white power structure that won't let us do nothing. We ain't going to be able to achieve nothing. You know, in 1919, white Democrats burned down a black town called Black Wall Street, blah, 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 blah. Collectivism is the boogeyman that unproductive black men use as their excuse why they don't produce anything. Period.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
Let him finish, Ed. Let him finish, Ed.
This collectivist white racist boogeyman. Like I said earlier, I've talked to more white men than any black person in the space. I know white conservatives better than anybody. I've sat over the last 20 years. I asked them questions. I'm not scared to ask anybody anything. So I ask them, well, you know, what issues do you have with Black America, man? Well, you know, these white guys, they like the music, they like the sports. They are absolutely terrified of the culture that is baby mama run, that celebrates welfare, and every 20 years or so decides to burn the fucking country down over some nonsense.
Man.
Let me finish. They are terrified. Their world does not revolve around black people. You are out of your fucking minds. They don't even think about you. They are busy trying to pay for their boy to go to college. They want to keep their girl off a stripper pole. They're trying to keep their marriages together. Many of them have been on drugs and alcoholism. These fucking white men are not thinking about you. You, the only white supremacists in America, me and Bernard did a stream about this, are black people. White people are not white supremacists. Black people are.
Whoa, sir. Wait a minute. Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Now you're using confusing terms.
Tell me the terms that are confusing.
A non-white person cannot practice racism.
Here we go.
They cannot do that.
You're on the wrong panel for this,
gentlemen.
But go ahead.
It's nonsense,
gentlemen. I will agree with the gentleman who's been screaming at you about what we can do about it. He's correct that we can do something of constructive value to counter this behavior, but we cannot sit here and ignore that there is a behavioral system that is in place.
Please explain it.
We cannot ignore that.
No, explain the behavioral system, because I don't see it. I get up in the morning, I go to work, I make money, I go where I want, I have no people restricting me. Tell me about this behavioral system you left.
Sir.
Go ahead.
Sir.
Go ahead. Tell him.
Sir, please stop yelling. We can hear you.
No. He was quiet. Come on now. You got the floor.
We can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear. Just don't yell.
You talking in a dignified manner does not negate the fact that you're talking nonsense.
All right, Ed has been yelling, and you haven't told Ed to stop yelling. You're telling
people
to
disagree
agree with the stop. Hold on, wait, Nate, chill, bruh. You only telling people you disagree with to stop yelling. All right, so you don't got a problem. You don't got a problem with yelling if it's words you agree with. So just respond to it.
Well, Mr. Riley, I've been hearing one person yell, so I've been like, okay,
he's a liar.
Yelling. So here's my statement. Okay, power is the ability and the will to do something. White people collectively have the will plus the ability to do stuff to you, even if you're not in the room.
Do you hear the stupidity of this?
Non-white people, now, for example, non-white people collectively cannot elect the president by themselves without any white support. The Democratic Party, for example, cannot even get elected if they don't have white and non-white people voting.
Not Democratic, Democrat Party. Thank you.
The Democratic Party, if they
that's wrong language.
Democrat.
Okay, these white people. I'm sorry. These white people with all this power, this collective power, they're doing a shitty job at being white supremacists. They elected Barack Hussein Obama twice. They support illegal immigration policies that's going to make them a minority. They're supporting immigration policies that's going to make them a minority in the country. Clearly, they don't give a damn about wielding all of this collective power that they get.
Not to mention the open borders, bringing in tens of millions of brown people, thus making the white impact even less important.
The power that you talk about, they're actively working to get to eliminate that.
Thank you.
Actually,
So
hold on, sir.
That's why I don't even think that they're on that. Like you say, they're on that. Now there are elites who want to make sure that they maintain their elite status. That part is true, and I agree with you. But this collective power thing that they all got and they all wield, and not like, no, I can't go with
Bernard,
you on that.
what guys like him are trying to do is attribute globalist elite like Luciferians.
When you make that statement, you're saying you're making
their desires and the work they're doing to the average white person. It is nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, let me go further. Ed's the guy screaming, right?
Many black people think it's not okay to be.
No, that's me. I'm Nate.
They're applying all that stuff to all white people anyway.
Okay, here's the thing. Okay, most white people, it ain't blatant. It's not out in front of you. It's a lot of it's refined. A lot of it is very.
Can you define
this
the
is
power
insane?
structure?
I can define.
No.
Can you define the power structure where white people are oppressing black people? Can you just define it like for a fifth grader?
No, we can't.
Okay. Yeah, actually, I can. Yes, I can.
Let's go.
If a white person calls the enforcement official on you for just walking or jogging, they're calling that enforcement agency to enforce the color line.
What's an enforcement agency? Explain what that even is.
What's the color line?
What's an enforcement agency?
W.E.B. Du Bois said, wait a minute, if you ever read W.E.B. Du Bois, The Souls of Black Folks, one thing he said is the problem of the 21st century is that of the color line. So that's where I got that term from.
The W.B. Du Bois.
You live in the late 1800s. Now, you live there.
Yeah,
now
I try to hear y'all out, but a lot of y'all arguments do seem based in like Jim Crow era, like
nonsense.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. Have you actually read the news reports that black people getting the police calling them just for cutting their lawn or just for doing housework? And
how many black people have had the police called on them for doing housework? You niggas make up shit out of thin air. That's what you niggas on the left do. You make up all this bullshit.
Sir, you're Nate, right?
Yes,
Nate,
sir, I am.
Okay, sir, calm down, please. All right.
You sit here, you are helping sink black people into further failure, victimhood, and grievance culture.
Sir,
that's all you're doing.
Can I say something? Can I say something real quick?
You are failures.
Wait a minute. Is the host going to speak here? Because I want to give him his time to. This is his show.
Can I say
I
something?
don't know. Whoever got it can. I mean, or you.
Let me say something.
Okay,
Y'all been rocking
Go ahead, dirty folks.
Hour. Let me say this. Let me say this. I'm a huge fan of not being black or man on social media, because if you're a guy on social media, you get Facebook jail. So I understand. Kind of understood the whole winning side thing, right? You got to go with the tide. When it comes to a lot of the stuff that y'all talking about, like people getting the police called on them for mowing their lawn, that's Karen activity.
Hold on, you say you're referring to what's your name, gentleman with the look like you had a suit and tie or bow tie or something on? Linwood.
Yes.
So yeah,
yes,
you're referring to Linwood. You're referring to Linwood. Call Linwood by his name. Okay.
Okay, Linwood.
And who am I speaking with?
Dirty Folks.
What's your name? Dirty Folks. Nice to meet you, sir. Nice to meet you.
A pleasure. So when you talk about that, that's mostly Karen activity. I rarely see white men call the police on black men for jogging. And Tyler's gonna title, because I can say the same about every court show you see when some girl calls the police on her baby daddy while he at work. There's elements that are gender based, and there's elements that are race based. The arguments that you guys are making is one of my favorite topics. Is systemic racism, and I love systemic racism. I'm a huge fan, right?
You're a fan of getting mistreated based on color?
No.
Oh my God.
I'm a fan of a system for your race. I'm a fan of there being a Chinatown in every city, a Greek town, a little Italy, a little Mexico. I'm a fan of people who individually, well, as a small group of 3 to 15 people, saying, yo, this is what we're going to do, and we're going to make our own people get down and lay down, and then we're going to enforce our boundaries to others. We're going to teach people our culture. For instance, if you go to a Japanese restaurant, you have to take your shoes off at the door and sit on a mat. That is part of the culture that you adapted to. and that's part of their system for their race. What you're talking about is black people like anarchy. So you think everybody else with a system is trying to oppress you, but they're not trying to oppress you. They really support you. In the same time frame that you're using W.B. Du Bois, who I would never quote, but
I use the term colorline
W.B. Du Bois was a black man who had all Jewish friends and a white chick. He is not the best example. What I am saying though,
I didn't say he was an example, sir.
At that same time, you had wars going on in which foreigners were telling black people, "Go home. That's not your war." The globe supports black men, hoping black men would take down America from the inside, but that's a different story.
Actually, I agree with that statement. I agree with your statement there.
The problem you have is not a race problem. It's the fact that I said I'm gonna say the Al 5. It's the fact that a small group of men haven't said, "Yo, this is what we're gonna do," and everybody has to capitulate. You guys are playing crayon games. Culture is built on the backs of men who can enforce it. Money isn't power. Money is a tool in exchange for goods and services. If you got $1 million and I rob you, are you powerless? You know what I'm saying?
Like, I can get with them if they're saying that the programming from all those hundreds of years, a couple hundred years.
I'm sorry. One of you guys got crazy background noise. Can you mute up?
I can hear kids. I'm trying to figure that out. I was trying to mute whoever had kids playing in the background. I think it was.
Yeah, like you at a daycare or some shit. Which one of y'all niggas teaching class?
Yeah, it did. I swear, it didn't even sound like it was his kids. It sounded like a classroom of kids. Like, dude, are you like substitute teaching us some shit? Like, what the hell going on?
Not me. Right. But no, man, I get it. Like, if they saying like after 200 years of being enslaved, that like put black people, and then even after that, that put black people in a mindset where they feel inferior, where the work is already done. If they were making that argument, I could kind of rock with it, but it's like they're saying like it's happening right here, right now, today. And I agree with Lil Big Nate. No, it's more about, and Bernard, of course, it's more about the elitists, as Big Nate calls them, the Luciferian left. It's more about this top 1% that's driving and really has true power. And just because power can be taken away from you doesn't mean you don't have it. So it's like these arguments do not seem like they have really been teased out well, but they're like presented as if, come on, can't you see? And it's like, no, I don't think you can see, bro.
Okay,
that's the way the argument works. Hold on, can I jump in real quick?
All right, real quick. Now, I do want to go to Uncle Stu down there, and I think you got that.
Great. No, I won't take long.
Okay, mute everybody else.
Hold on. Go move to Uncle Stu, and I'm gonna come back.
No, actually, you can go because you sound good. Only problem is like when I talk, I hear like a woo 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 in the background. But I just shut up and let you talk, and then we go to Uncle Stu. So go ahead.
All right, Chuck. The thing that I thought was real interesting about this, and if you watch the stream I did on this covering Scott Adams, and I jumped on it early in the morning because it was like fresh off the press. It blew my mind. I couldn't believe what I was watching because I said on your panel one time, sooner or later, the white liberal is going to realize that when it comes to like, especially in the urban centers, they're basically a food source to the poor black crowd. That's how it goes. If you're poor black and you from the hood and you out looking for a vent, you trying to catch a lick, don't be white walking across my path. Like that's just the way that works. And what I realized watching Scott do his video, Scott was breaking up with Black America. It was such a breakup video. Scott was like, listen, it's not you, it's me. I need to go somewhere and get my shit together. And listening to the emotional response that I got from this panel, it only reinforces my opinion that this is like a breakup, and Black America is like the woman in this relationship, and Scott, like representing the white man, is leaving, and we're feeling so butthurt about it. Like, so what if he wants to go? Let him be. I think it's funny, but like, let him do what he want to do for him. What is him not wanting to associate with black people really going to do? If that threatens you, I want to talk about it.
It reminded me of that scene in A Fresh Prince of Bel-Air when his dad was there, and then
How come you don't want me?
he was going off. No, at first, hold on. He snapped at first. Hold on, he snapped. Let me mute you up because that background. But he snapped at first, and he was like, the hell with him. But why don't he love me though? I mean, it was like I was like, oh. It was perfect, and that's sort of what I was hearing. Even when we was watching that Fox Soul, it's like they were going off. They was mad at him for saying it, but at the same time, they was, it was the hell with you. We don't need you. You can go anyway. But then it was like, but then they were trying to grapple with, but why though? Why won't you just love us?
Bernard, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
So I'm talking about the black men in this space, and the idea.
I ain't trying to ride on the space, man.
I'm not riding on the space. I have a question. With the ideals that are promoted by the men in this space, the simple fact of the matter is, white conservative men agree with what you say in this space. The ideals you promote 70% of the time. How much of the time does your black leftist Democrat woman agree with what we promote in this space? How often do filthy white liberals agree with what we promote in this space? On the left, they say burn down the patriarchy. That white conservative man respects and honors patriarchy. On the left, they say UBI and everybody gets a basic income, and black women all over the country that are pregnant are getting $1,000 free a month. The white man, we disagree with that. That white conservative man disagrees with it too. That white conservative man that I've talked to more than anybody in the space agrees with you 70% of the time, and you'd rather see him as an enemy like an idiot would than a potential ally. And that's your problem, and it's why you're going to keep failing.
Well, Nate, here's the thing about the white liberal. I wouldn't.
You gonna tell me about white liberals?
Actually, the white liberal is actually more devious than the white conservative. The white liberal, they always pretend that they're the friends of non-white people. They will always come out and say or accuse a white person of being a racist when they themselves don't have clean hands in that department.
Sir,
they are more.
Your problem is you have not said what. Sir, the problem is you never made a distinction among whites. Your whole time here, it was the white boogeyman. Now you're making a distinction because I have. I've been in this space for 4 years making distinctions, telling black men to get away from white liberals.
Sir,
you can't tell me anything about white liberals.
Stop yelling at me, sir, please.
Why don't you let your balls drop and just stop being a girl? Okay. Stop being a girl and talk to me like a fucking man.
Okay, sir, please. I'm trying to have a constructive conversation here.
You're quoting W.E.B. Du Bois trying to sound smart. That's what you do.
I just quoted W.E.B. Du Bois as an example of the color line, nothing else.
Why is this dude so angry? Why are you going back 100 years? What does 100 years ago have to do with today, sir?
But what I mean by the white liberal is the biggest hypocrite when it comes to their so-called affection for non-white people.
Instead of worrying about the white man, call out the white liberal for telling the black women to kill 23 million black babies in less than 50 years. Do that, sir.
That's what I'm going to do here. The white liberal is very hypocritical when it comes to accusing white people of being racist. They're the biggest white supremacists. They're just great at doing it. They're more refined in doing it.
And white conservatives aren't thinking about you. They don't hate you. They are focused on their families and trying to save the country they give a shit about.
All right, I want to pass it to hold on. I want to pass it to Stu. Yeah, I'm about to go round and round on this one. I want to see what Stu and Uncle Stu been waiting for a while. Go ahead, Uncle Stu. You got the floor. You got the mic.
Hey, what's going on? JB, you gonna live a while, man. Jan just asked about you last night. Let me take this on a micro level because I've heard so many different arguments. Number one, can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, you sound good. You sound nice and clear.
Okay. When we talk about these issues of white supremacy, and one of the gentlemen made the comment about we don't have control Accountability puts me in total control. No white man stops me from owning my own business. No white man stops me from being able to manage my own money. No white man can control where I put my private parts in the day, middle, or night.
VGQ.
No white man has the ability to tell me to love or hate my black woman, because as soon as I even psychologically believe he has power, that means I'm weak. I will never be weak. And so with that understanding,
VGQ.
Hold on.
Why do you keep saying DGQ? What are you talking about?
VGQ, sir.
Victim guarantee.
What does that mean?
Let me
Victims
real quick.
qualification.
Stop. What does that mean? DGQ. What does that mean?
Victims guarantee qualification.
Victims guarantee qualifications.
How
It's
am I
more
victim?
nonsense,
All
man.
right, go ahead, Stu. Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. Now let's break this all down. I am not from the W.E.B. Du Bois, because being somebody from New York, W.E.B. Du Bois not only believed in socialization, he became a Marxist and then later on left America. Booker T. Washington said that we have the ability to build. And as we build, then we build according to what? Our means and resources. So if I am sitting around here with my business and everybody on the panel had a business, then we have the ability to affect change. How do I know this? Because the hip hop generation was founded by black men who did what? Created a whole culture of a whole music genre and resurrected other older black music into that genre. So we had the power. The problem that happened in the hip hop community was we did not we did not license and gain ownership. Only a few was able to gain ownership. We have the ability in 2023 to have ownership over our intellectual property and our intellectual mind. No white person can stop that. 2023, we have now a global international market. And because we can globalize, that means we don't have to depend economically on anything dealing with just American system. We can go to any country at any time, any place, and anywhere. And because of that freedom, we have the ability to do what? To be economically powerful. What we have to stop doing is saying that somebody has power over us. Why does these arguments fall? They fall on three different areas. Number one, if you sit up here and tell me that white people got all this power, Jim Crow would still be in existence. If you tell me white people got all this power, we would have been divorcing and having all these foolish fights when we first got out of slavery. How in the world do people come out of slavery, come together, and form families, communities, economic success in spite of the Jim Crow law, in spite of not having real political power, in spite of all of those things? How dare us now say, oh, we are victims. We have now failed because we refuse to learn, to motivate, to educate ourselves on a platform and in a space where we have international intelligence. So when we begin to say a white man, 1%, has the ability to do all this crazy stuff, we have already become defeated. And I am tired of this defeatist attitude. I don't care if you want to be a Democrat or Republican. It is the mindset that I am after.
Agreed.
And the mindset is what is wrong. And I say that we have the mind to do anything we want. We have the mind to build, to create, and to reconstruct this foolish mindset. If you're going to tell me that a white person is standing outside my door, keeping me from anything, let me also argue this, because I heard this thing. If you came in my neighborhood, which is all black, by the way, and very upper class, by the way, and did something foolish, we calling the police on you too. So this ain't a race issue. When we talk about gentrification today, I hate to tell you, but who is gentrifying Georgia? And who's gentrifying Texas? And ain't white people, them are black people down there buying up that property, buying up that land, buying up that city, and controlling the power. So what we have to do is recognize the individual power. When I heard this argument about collectivism will only be, and has always been, if you study Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, is going to be based on where you at and where you fall into the economic scale. The better your economics are, the more higher you rose up on the social ladder. And people who got money got power. And when we begin to buy our politicians, like people with money do, and buy certain things that's dealing with the government, we too will have power. It's not about going to a lever and pushing that lever. It's about how much money did you give that politician to speak for you. We don't understand the true meaning of power individually before we can even begin collectively. I gotta get individuals to stop thinking that everybody else has some kind of power and authority when the responsibility and accountability is on us. And that is what we need to be talking about. When we argue in many areas of the manosphere, what do we argue? Certain African-American women are not being held accountable. Why? Because we got too many white knights who's coming in and using feminist talking points to do what? Clean up their issues when it comes to the what outcomes that they need to take place. Like it, love it, want more of it? Hell no. So when I argue on my platform about accountability, it is because if you don't hold a certain population down, we all pay for it in one shape, fashion, or another. We cannot continue to blame outside sources when we have the power within us. So are you still a slave in your mind? Or are you now going to be free? You went from W.E.B. Du Bois. Did Malcolm X beg the government for anything? Did the Nation of Islam beg the government for anything? No. They built, and these people was building in the 1930s.
And they were assassinated and killed by the government. So can we actually get to a conversation that you just hearing yourself?
God.
Okay. I actually was agreeing with him all the way up to that point of him yelling.
He's just yelling nonsense right now. I mean, he's been saying.
One bit of pushback on Unc. Just one thing, Unc. I agree with just about everything you said, except you said it doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican, sir. The Democrat, this whole victimhood grievance culture comes out of the Democrat Party. We have got to completely abandon and not deal with anybody who chooses to be a part of that. Black women are in leadership along with other gynocratic feminist women on the left. We got to completely leave them alone.
Well, that's racism. Hold on, that's another level of racism right there.
You can't work with somebody that says burn down the patriarchy. You can't.
Hold it. Nate. Let me tell you why I said both. You have to go back to when Ronald Reagan became president. You still had what they call blue Democrats that was Republican.
Blue dog Democrats.
Right. And they was very conservative, yet they was still in the Democratic Party. So that's why I don't want people that's listening to me anyway. I need people to, first of all, get out of party, because this ain't about party. This is about policy. And I want people to understand more about the policies that's being written than the party that's backing the policy.
We have a party.
Hold on. Can I say something? Because they've been going back and forth.
We have a party promoting P words.
About the Democrats. Nobody on here is a Democrat except for maybe, I don't know, the last person that spoke. But
I'm not a Democrat, but let's be honest about the two-party duopoly. These parties get in front of everybody and they claim they hate each other, but they do work side by side to deny.
I've never said be a Republican. I say be a conservative. There's a huge difference.
That's essentially what you're saying.
A Republican is a conservative, sir. So let's
No,
keep it honest.
sir, that is not
These
true.
two
Well, when you say
parties-
that to people, that's what they're going to concede on before you
Well,
even
yeah,
get to
that's their
explain.
political immaturity. That's not my problem.
That is your
Okay,
problem because
well,
you're addressing
okay, Nate.
people.
Okay,
No, it's not my problem. You need to step up your game.
Well, he's co-signing a political party that got us into 2 wars, and he's apologizing for that. So let's keep it honest here. The
Oh
two
my
parties
God.
work. The 2 parties work side by side, hand in glove, fist to
No,
fist.
that's not
to make
true.
Sure,
What you have
That is true.
Let
That
me
is
explain.
actually true.
I'll explain
Let
what
him finish.
happens. I'll
Let me
explain
explain,
what
sir.
happens. The
But
Democrat
no,
Party is in
I-
charge of the Democrat Party is directly linked into these elites and all the nightmare shit they're working through the country socially. And what you have on
Sounds
the
like a boogeyman you're
what you
creating.
have. What
Yeah, he
you have
is.
on the
Yeah, he
Republican
is.
side,
Democratic
what you
boogeyman.
have on the Republican side is the Republican establishment that is
He's
a
caping for big
co-conspirator.
war, big
That is
military,
a
and big
co-conspirator
corporations.
with them.
Wait. Can I say something?
Mike McCarthy is a co-conspirator. Mitch McConnell is a co-conspirator. Liz Cheney is a co-conspirator.
Okay,
Not the Republican Party. That is not true.
Big Nate, little Big Nate, check this out, bro.
Hold on.
Because I'm on your side, and I like what Uncle said.
that I addressed to give me his rebuttal, then I'm out of here. It was the gentleman that I addressed that talked about we didn't have power as individuals. And I'll hear his rebuttal, and then I'm gonna drop off.
I think he's already gone. I think that was Ed.
Okay.
I'll rebuttal what he meant by that. But say if
Okay,
if you're right.
individual power is immediate power. Immediate power means the individual person being able to do something right then and there without any consent from anybody else. Now, do we have immediate power as individual Black persons? Yes. But as the gentleman said earlier, collective power will always outdo individual power every single time.
Give me your definition of collective power. My definition.
Gullah Geechee,
Hold
back
on.
then-
Uncle Stu was giving his definition. You cut him off. Go ahead, Uncle Stu.
Yeah, my definition, as I tried to say earlier, is based on economic social. Meaning, if we're in a certain economic social class, or we live in a certain demographics, then that's about as that is about as collective as you're going to get.
Can I add something
I
about
think,
collective power?
When they say collective power of
What are
other
they
groups,
talking
or
about?
particularly white people, they mean the government of the United States.
Can
of
I?
America.
Yeah. Can I add on to that?
Amen.
So my family actually existed back when, the brother said earlier, with the slaves became free and built their own businesses and all of that. My family was one of those families that did that, and we had tons of land. We had thousands of acres of land. But guess what?
Somebody stole it.
No, it's not that they stole it. It's that they created laws. The government created laws, worked in tandem with other white folks from the north. They're called the Northern Sportsmen. They came down and bought up land, basically without any Black person's consent, any of the landowners' consent. If they found, they literally came down and took, basically, you could say basically stole, but in their eyes, oh, you didn't own it to begin with because you were a slave.
By using eminent domain
Eminent
laws,
domain.
They still do
And they
that.
still do that today. And it's still affecting my family today.
Wait, hold on.
So to say, hold on, I'm not finished.
Time out. No. We gotta stop that because I own a house and my house is paid for, and the only way that I can lose my house is if I don't pay the taxes on it. So you're saying that the eminent no domain could just come in and just,
if they chose
now I
to,
don't
yes.
own my house. Okay, so that's what you're saying.
If they chose to, yes, that's what eminent domain is.
Eminent domain is used against whites all the time too. You know.
I don't even know how eminent domain works.
I'm
Okay,
talking-
how does eminent
Niggas
domain
just
work?
turn everything into racism.
No, it was first used against Black people and Black slaves who own land. That's where it was
It's
first.
used against all Americans now.
I'm asking Nate. How does eminent domain work?
The government can come in and for the betterment of whatever region or geographical space, if it needs a highway, if it needs an interstate, they can run it right through your neighborhood. It's been used against Blacks in Black neighborhoods. It's been used against whites now.
Okay, all right.
But it depends on how it's used.
Time out. Okay, so you're saying the government has the power. If the government
State government has the power to do that, yes.
Okay,
But that's not. Hold on.
Now,
stop talking. Wait, everybody stop talking. I don't get mad much. Okay, so if the government needs to run a highway and the neighborhood is in the way of the highway, and then the government would basically just take over that property, run their highway through that, and so the landowners in that property, do they just get pushed out on the street, or do the government compensate them for the value of their property so they can go buy another house?
Absolutely. There's a lengthy court.
Okay, why would you? I'm talking to the thing Mogo at the bottom. Why would you associate that right there would actually make sense to some Jim Crow horror stories?
Because it stems from that. No, it stems from that. What do you mean why? You don't see where that comes from?
No, wait.
You don't see where that.
I'm gonna answer for him, because the way eminent domain works now is not how it worked when they made reservations and when they took land to make the railroad. So both of you are right, but the way the eminent domain changed in the 1960s is that they have to compensate you. That's why there's a family that owned a beachfront property in California.
They just got it back.
They just got it back.
And then they sold it for its actual value. And they were taken from it, given nothing, and then finally got compensated for it. This is about 100 years later.
You have the reparations movement going on now because of all these past atrocities that end monstrosities.
I get to pass atrocities, and it was fucked up. And
it's not past atrocity. It's today. It's affecting families today. And the fact that you sit here and disregard it and act like it ain't really affecting people is bullshit, bro. It's racist.
Wait a minute. You said eminent domain. They can do that to you today. But if by the law, by the rules, if the government needs to build a highway and where they need to build a highway through at runs through a neighborhood, the government then, rather the people property is worth 300,000, 400,000, or 20,000, the government has to pay the people who owns that property the value of the property so they can go and buy another house. Like that's not what was going.
That's now though.
No,
I get it.
That's right now. But you still have thousands. Hold on. You still have thousands of properties and homes that didn't happen that way. So now you have to go back and redo. You have to go back and recompensate people you were taking for before.
Wait. And I'm with you. If somebody basically got robbed by the government back then, and that family still exists,
and that doesn't mean you can't get robbed today.
And that property still exists, I do think a legitimate case could be made to where the government probably does legitimately owe them for that property if they were never reimbursed.
And what if your property is undervalued?
Whoa, Bernard, can I point something out?
I actually would support that.
But Bernard, can I point something out about this?
Hold on.
First of all, what happens with eminent domain a lot of times, the people, because they're in economically depressed areas, their homes, they don't take care of them. There's crime committed by the people there. They don't even have the political power to stop it. So maybe if you took better care of your stuff, you could fight the eminent domain.
That's not true.
Actually, wait a minute. Actually, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Actually, Nate's bringing up a great point that he actually just dismissed.
Gotcha.
The fact that he dismissed racism and white supremacy, but yet decided to say we don't have political power.
No.
Yeah, you got him. Hey, you got him. You got him, Zach. Calm down. Sit down, boy. Calm your beard, dog. Nate, calm your beard.
I never said
calm your beard, Nate.
There was no racism.
You're contradicting yourself, man.
Why are you lying?
You're contradicting yourself, man.
Actually, sir.
Don't lie.
Sir, I didn't say anything that's not true.
I said
the Democrat got you, dog.
I said it happens to white people today.
That doesn't mean it's not racist, you idiot. That doesn't mean it's a practice of racism.
That's why I said earlier. That's
You
why I
niggas
lived
in the 1930s. I can't do
happened to
anything
white
about
people
that.
too. What?
You niggas
Are
live
you
in
white?
the 1930s. I can't do anything about that.
Actually, let me ask Nate the question here.
Sure,
are you a white person or are you a white person or a non-white person?
Why don't you take a guess? I got a black son and a black daughter, nigga. I put on the Black Manosphere meetup in December of 2021. Take a guess.
That's not answering my question.
He's a white person in a black person's skin. That's who he is.
Okay, let me ask.
I'm not going to answer your ridiculous question.
Wait.
Okay.
Chicago's full of eminent domain, right? Chicago moved houses to build a college. Chicago moved houses to build the stupid ass Obama library. Chicago moved houses to create we call it the L, but to create a subway that goes to the south suburbs and people have to move out the way. Eminent domain happens all the time. I understand
Thank you.
what bro was talking about because they didn't used to compensate you. They used to just take it, but now they have to compensate you.
Okay, well, I wasn't even done with my point, and we went on to this tangent.
Right.
I was speaking about my family who experienced that, who wasn't compensated for the land that was taken, and it still affects us today. It still affects people like that today. That the Bruce's Beach thing that happened needs to happen to thousands of black families across the nation. But y'all go ahead with this tangent you're going on about eminent domain.
So black people were the only ones who had eminent domain.
Here you go. Here you go. You want to? What do you mean black people were the only? I never said that.
White people? Do you know
what are you
that
talking about?
Let me also ask Nate another question.
If they need to get compensated for something, they should too as well. So what are you talking about?
Then it can't be racism.
It is racism because the majority of people that's affected by it were black slaves, you idiot. The majority of people that were affected by it were black people, not white people.
No, I just asked you, did it happen to white people?
Just because it happened to somebody doesn't mean it is the majority, you fucking retard.
Oh my
God,
God, you're the dumbest nigga that's
no,
ever
you're the dumbest nigga alive. Because it happened to one white person, it can't be racist. Shut the fuck up.
And a leftist.
Because it happened to one white person.
You will never lead a family, you fucking clown.
Let me ask Nate. Let me ask Nate another question. Let me ask Nate another question.
Make it quick.
Let's go.
Okay, Nate. Have you yourself been a victim of racism by a white person?
I tell a story that when I first moved to South Carolina from Memphis, a white guy called me a nigga in traffic, and I chased him down, and I threw a Chick-fil-A tea at his fucking truck. That's the one incidence of racism I've had. I'm a 48-year-old black man who got custody of his children in 2004. I've raised them as conservatives. They're incredibly successful. My son's an MMA fighter, and men have seen him. I don't live this horrible racism like you do.
Nate,
real quick.
I didn't ask you about your family history. I just
I'm telling you about me. I'm telling you about me.
Have you ever been a victim of racism?
You asked him, and he gave you a situation. All right. Hoop Jar and RM, don't even play none of the clips and the drops because I'm trying to get through these fast. But
well, actually, Mr. O'Reilly, let me ask you.
Shout out to hold on, man. Woke Quill, shout out. I appreciate everybody who support the stream. I'm sorry that the conversation got too intense. I didn't get a chance to read the super chats, but appreciate each and every one of you. Woke Quill in the building says, let me make that bigger so I can see it. Hold on one second. All right, dude needs to watch. What the hell, dude? Damn it! Hold on, wait. Okay, dudes needs to watch what we're doing to white people. White people video. Those clips speak for themselves. I think he's talking about the Foxo. I'm not 100% sure. Shout out to Charles Merchant saying the base modern woman only respects the barbarian males because she's always that. He will end her life immediately. All of you men trying to placate to women are wasting your time. I don't even know what part of the conversation he's responding to. That sounded like it was a minute ago. Shout out to who else we got in here? Jackie Jack says, I'm glad they are canceling that pandering Scott Adams. Yeah. Shout out to you. Shout out to Charles Merchant again. He says Adams found out what that Marxist black will hate him no matter how much he kisses their ass. That was really the point of it to me. That was where I wanted most of the conversation to go, on how there's an element of white people who do pander, who do kiss the ass and placate. Sometimes it's just talking points. Sometimes it's just hashtags. Sometimes it's actually they donate money to or black organizations and be all on black wars of black organizations. They doing all this for these people that basically hate them. I thought I did want the conversation to be on that for a little bit. Shout out to number 16. He says, imagine supporting a poll where you can't prove the race of the people taking the poll. Yikes. Well, the one example we got, the poll did make it to Pablo, who's black. There is an element of it to where it could have been some trolling going on, but the internet is pretty. The internet knows. Nobody knows you better than your goddamn cell phone and your computer. They know if your ass black or not. They got algorithms. They can make sure they send them to black people if they want to send them to black people. But either way it go, it is a fair point. The poll could possibly be bogus. Who knows? But Quarter Water in the building says, if it's not okay to be white and you can't change it, what should you do? It's not okay to exist as you are currently. I think that was a point that was made earlier. Shout out to Perfect Blackness in the building. Appreciate Perfect Blackness, damn near one of my day ones, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he pretty much here day one. Shout out to Perfect Blackness. He says the question itself was silly. Agreed. He says, and shouldn't be dignified. The more important question is who asked it and why was it asked? Fair point there. And if the poll is accurate, I have a question. What's being proven? Gender. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Shout out again to number 16. He says, breathe, Ed, breathe. He cares about Ed's health and well-being. Good on you. He says, you are trying to give Ed an aneurysm. Yes, we was working on it. Ace Fast in the building says, JB, what do you define power as? We went back and forth about that. JC the Conqueror in the building says, a lot of black men see themselves as less than. I think good, powerful points was made on that. Really powerful points was made on that. I think that's what I ain't about to get into it when the whole white supremacy discussion starts happening. JB and Lil Big Nate Conservative made really good points on that one. But Mike and Vince Perkins in the building says collective power is the only power, not some management job a white man gave you. Ed Point. Okay, says collective power is the only power. Okay, all right, cool. Where else we got in here? We got number 16 in the building says Little Big Nate sat in the colored section of the break room. That's funny. Uncle Stu in the building says, can I come up, please? You have the link in the chat. You can always hit that link. Hoop Jargon Media in the building says, sir. I forgot what part of it that. I don't know what this gentleman is talking. LA Wilkes is talking about. He's saying, is that Game Changer trolling y'all? No, I don't know what you're talking about there. Freeman's Journal in the building with the $5 super chat says, prove that point, please. Prove that that eminent domain happened to black people as a majority. I don't even think it's possible for it to happen to a group as a majority, but I do understand, as I understand it, as I now understand it, it happened in back during the Jim Crow days. Yeah, they took your shit. Yeah, country was racist. All right, but yeah, I don't see a major problem with eminent domain. Only way I see a major problem with eminent domain is if it happens and it happens to my house and my property value is not quite what I would like it to be for, then it could be a problem. But overall, yes, if your house is legitimately worth $300,000 and the government literally gives you $300,000, I don't see a problem with that. We have the functioning society that we have because all of these roads, highways, byways. So it's like, yeah, there some sacrifices must be made. If the government compensates you per the law today and you get your money, then I got a problem with it. So I don't see the reason why even saying, well, they could do that today because racism. I don't get that. That's reaching.
There are people who have fought it and won.
I have a question for Mr.
But real quick, I gotta get to the last one. He says, what the internet is the land of as a black man / black woman. The poll is garbage and should not be used for any argument. I understand your point, but that 47%, when we listen to how most black people talk about white people, there's a ring of truth to it. And I think I don't know if it was Jackie, somebody said that had it been asked more directly straight to black people, do you dislike white people, it probably would have been up in the 70-75%. So that's why I don't discount the poll, because the ring of truth to it. But all right.
My point is, you got to know when you're being set up, black folks. You have to know. You have to be smart enough. You have to be politically mature enough to know when you're being set up. And that question was a setup for this nonsense.
I have a question for Mr. Riley.
Okay.
You're the host. Okay. Let me ask you a question, sir. Do you believe that we are being mistreated on the basis of color by people who classify themselves as white?
If you're asking me, are there white people that are racist? Yes. That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
That's all.
Let me
Wow.
repeat my question. Let me repeat my question again. Do you,
Are there
Mr.
white
Riley,
people who are there white people that are racist that
people who here's my question, sir, Mr.
Mhm.
Riley.
Yeah.
Do you believe that people who classify themselves as white
Mhm.
mistreat non-white people based on color?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Are there people who classify themselves as white who mistreat non-white people on the basis of color? Of course, there's people that do that. Yes.
Can
Those people exist.
I say something real quick? So you live your
Uh,
life
okay,
based
thank you.
on whether some white guy likes you or not. Are you kidding me?
This is
Are
not
you
about
kidding
like,
me?
Mr. Nate. This is
Are
not
you
about
kidding
like.
me?
This
It
is
is
not
about
about
like. It
It's
is
not
about
about
like.
like.
Most
It's
white
not
people
about
don't have
like.
power, so it's about whether they like you or not. Most white
I
people,
didn't say like you.
99% of white people don't have any power over you. So
I
all
didn't
you
say
worry
like.
about is if they like you or not. You are
Sir,
insane.
Sir,
You
I
are
did not say.
insane.
The question was not geared towards liking anybody.
99%
The
of white people have
question.
no power over you.
The question was, sir, and
99%
Let
of
him
white
ask it.
people
Let
have
him ask
no
it.
power over you.
Let him repeat what the
Nate.
question was and make sure we
Oh,
understand it.
Nate,
Go ahead.
I didn't. And first of all, I didn't ask you the
Repeat what the
question.
question was. Repeat what the question was. You said you said the
I
question.
said the question was, do you, Mr. Riley, believe that people who classify themselves as white mistreat non-white people based on color? That's the question.
The obvious answer to that question is yes, but why is I guess what I'm asking is why is that such a significant question?
it doesn't matter. Thank you.
Because and the reason I asked the question and the reason I put it that way is because the white guy that lives down the street from me, or the one that lives next door to me, him mistreating somebody because of the color of the skin. I mean, okay, if he mistreated me because of the color of my skin, now depending on what that mistreatment was, he might get his ass whooped.
Thank you. That's how a man responds.
Or he might just get a fuck you, get the fuck out my face, and I just don't
Thank
talk to my neighbor
you.
no more.
Or he might get a Chick-fil-A tea thrown at him. You handle it and you go on your life like a man. You sitting worrying about if white guys like you. You are fucking insane the way you talk. You are going to keep black people in a state of absolute failure for the next 100 years. That's what your thinking's going to do. Are there white people that are mistreating black people? For 2 years, rioting groups of black people burn down white people's businesses. What the fuck do you have to say about that, you lunatic? Can you answer that for me? Of course not. You niggas on the left are insane, and you're gonna destroy our race. That's why I slit your throats every chance I get. Period. I cannot. You niggas are insane. You're telling grown black men to instead of get out here, compete, become valuable, make money, get your loans, get your goddamn patents, protect your intellectual property, compete. You are sitting around worrying if a white man likes you. You are out of your fucking mind, like all you leftist blacks are.
All right, now I would pass it back to him, but his throat is, you just slit his throat apparently. So according to you, so I'm gonna go to I'm gonna go to damn it, who is this? My bad. I am just Jules. All right, you're gonna get practically the last words because we got to get the hell up out of here because I'm tired. But Freeman's Journal in the building says black people leave America and say, I never felt so American. When you leave the echo chamber of racism, your perspective changes. Black people in America that tune out racism are succeeding, not a coincidence. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. All right, go ahead. I am Jules. Oh boy, you've been sitting on the panel for a minute. He's been sitting on the panel for a minute and he has nothing to say. All right.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You got
yeah.
it. You got pretty much the last words.
Thank you, man. So I've been looking at the American Community Survey for a while, and the 2022 version comes out in September, so that'll be interesting. But what I found is that through the data, Black people live throughout the country. We're not concentrated in certain areas as much anymore, like New York, but we are in every major city that has a publicly traded company. Problem is, we're also a lot more concentrated in places with a lot more poverty. And in those places, you'll see lower bachelor degrees, you'll see higher poverty rates, higher unemployment rates, lower life indexes. You don't see wealth being generated in those types of areas.
Mm-hmm.
But you do see Black people in areas where a lot of wealth is being generated, and those people are doing well. And I mean, I can speak to this, and I'm sure everybody on this panel can to a certain degree. You do work with white people. You do live around white people. Mostly it's because you're in a zone where that's just going to happen. And they're demystified towards you or you towards them. So you have to be productive. You have to be engaged, and you're going to work with people who are not exactly from your background. It's shown in the data. There's other groups that are a lot more isolated, but most people who are productive are intermixed in a certain capacity, whether it's professionally, personally, whatever. So most Black people don't live exactly like that. Some do because they choose to, but most don't because they're trying to be in the game.
All right.
Now, Mr. Riley, I'm sorry, but I need to answer your question. Why is that question relevant?
Oh, hold on, real quick. Perfect Blackness. I think I did read your super chat. I think you only sent one. If that's the only one you read, I didn't skip that one. I read it and acknowledged it. So unless there's another one that I missed, I'll try to dig it up. But go ahead, Linwood. You got it.
The reason why, Mr. Riley, I asked that question, because there's reason to believe that a few of the persons on this chat, and I suspect you included, have a hostility towards victims of racism who actually call out that this behavior does exist and that white people practice this behavior in the areas of economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war.
Sex?
Yeah, I mean, this is Nelly Fuller stuff, and I understand where
all this racism Black people are facing, just everywhere. We facing racism everywhere, folks.
No,
this is insane.
The population is shifting. Like a lot of white folks live in.
Oh wait, a lot of those places. Let's just say, as far as like I've done some content on that. I forgot what place it was. It was I don't know. It was a mortgage company. It was somewhere where they were doing some racist practices and they got sued real bad, lost millions of dollars. It's like if they're white and they're being racist and they're practicing some white supremacy and they get caught with their hand in a cookie jar, they get their asses handed to them. Like, so that's why I push back on the notion that the system of white supremacy, where they get caught doing it, they get their ass handed to them. So I mean, but are there situations where, okay, let me just cut it to you just like this. And this is, I'm quoting somebody, I can't think of who it was, that said that, man, if I was in the position of that white person, I would have did him worse than he did me. Okay, yes. If I build a vertical business and it got 100 employees, you want to know what the fuck I'm gonna do? I'm gonna hire mostly Black men. I would hire 100% Black men if I could. There's actually rules and regulations against that. But I would tightrope walk on that line as much as I possibly could, for the benefit of my own kind. So are there some people who tightrope walk on that line to the best of their ability, as much as they can? But I would say yes. But if they did it like what you're talking about, and given the amount of jobs that Black people are actually creating, the labor force of Black people would be pretty damn low. So it's like, I look at it like this: where there's a discrepancy in Black employment, I think Black people need to fill that hole. but I think it's something like I think like out of the white people in the labor force is something like 74% for black people, is something like 69%, or something relatively small like that. Like probably like 4 percentage points with white people in the labor force versus black people in the labor force. So in the midst of that, in that 4%, is there probably some bad hiring practices or some or somebody who is one of those white people that do have some disdain or racism towards black people made it up into some position of hiring and is wielding some aspects of that racism in his hiring practices? Does that happen? Yes, absolutely. Like that happens. So I don't
Bernard, can I chime in real quick?
Yeah, but go ahead, Nate.
Well, I'm sure this. Well, I don't want to make the assumption he doesn't like Trump. Well, let's talk about all this horrible racism, right? Because Donald Trump, probably our best president in the last 50 years, had black unemployment at its lowest level in almost 60 years. And the same Donald Trump would go before large groups of white people when he bragged about having black unemployment the lowest in 60 years, black businesses at some of the highest levels in 50 years. All those racist white people would clap and cheer. And
I can't hold on. I can't go with you on that one, Nate. It didn't matter.
I'm not saying they cared. They clapped. Why are they even clapping if they hate you?
It didn't matter what happened. If Donald Trump said he did it, they was gonna clap for it.
But no, the point of the matter was it was true, and the white people clapped. It was true, and they clapped. I don't care. Look, I'm the guy that came here almost 4 years ago. My first stream I did with Bernard Riley is why I'm voting for Donald Trump. You should go check it out. I kept saying in that stream, like I kept yelling, why do you care if white people don't like you? I kept saying that over and over and over again. Why do you care if white people don't like you? If 99% of white people have no power over you, can yield no influence over you, why do you care if they like you or not? Because you are a white supremacist and you need a hug from Zaddy. That's why.
Question for you in the panel as well as Mr. Riley. Okay.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, you are low now. I thought
hear
it was just me. You went low, and while you figure out your volume, while you figure out to get your volume up, my bad. Perfect Blackness. I did miss this one. Thank you for the $20 super chat. We can hear you now. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Perfect Blackness. Hold on, real quick. I'm reading the super chat. Just mute up for a second. He says, both sides of my family were land and business owners in Mississippi and Alabama, but were ran out during the Great Migration to only integrate into Jim Crow North, resulting in the denial of generational wealth. Collective power does this. I agree that if we go back to Jim Crow, yeah, the individual white person was racist. The country was racist in all of its practices. Like racism was the law. Like so, no argument there. And even when people talk about reparations, I think the fair argument where I think it can actually get done is in situations like that, where you could show and prove that yes, this land right here was in this family and it was taken from this family, and it very well some of the people involved in the stealing of could very well still be alive. Like that's a real yeah.
Can I address that, Bernard, real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick. Perfect Blackness. Again, we're making the mistake of not making distinctions. First of all, 75% of the whites in the South didn't own slaves ever. Number one. Number
he wasn't
two.
talking about slavery, was he? He was talking about just property.
You're right. We're talking about racism. Let's talk about racism. It was the white Democrat. You have to make distinctions. It wasn't white people. White Republicans were joining with you in the state legislatures in the South, fighting for the rights of black property owners. White Republicans died in Louisiana when a Republican convention was put on. Like I think it was in the 1840s. A bunch of black and white Republicans were murdered by white Democrats. White Democrats conspired in the South after the Great Compromise to impose what do you call it? Black codes, which turned into Jim Crow. It is white Democrats. Why won't you black people acknowledge it is white Democrats that did this?
Well,
White abolitionists were often
think
Republican.
it's white Democrat or white Republican.
Of course you don't care. You don't care about the truth. You don't care about facts. You don't care about the truth.
Here's my question to the panel as well as Mr. Riley here. What should be done about those non-white people who actually, like Dr. Rashad Ritchie, Roland Martin, who actually say and statistically can prove that white people are abusing, subjugating, and mistreating non-white people in the areas that I mentioned earlier? What should be done about them?
This is insanity.
If you
It's
quoted,
absolutely
I've Dr. Ritchie, even though he's smart, but I've seen him be pretty damn disingenuous on a lot of stuff. It makes me, holy shit, that's my phone going off. It makes me not trust him. Where the hell is that coming from? All right, I got a phone going off somewhere. I got to mute up, and then y'all can talk. But I got to figure out where this mute.
Well, gentlemen.
Big Nate. Well, little Nate, what do you call yourself?
Yes, sir. Little Big Nate, technically, but you can call me Nate, no problem. So I'm sitting here in America, right? Got my 2 children, live in my big, beautiful house. I go to work, I go to the store, I do everything I'm supposed to do, and I'm not really experiencing any racism. But you want me, you want me to be worried about some random person of color who might be experiencing racism by a white person. Might be, because you don't know the heart. You don't know the heart of the white person doing whatever's being done.
That's not the question I asked, sir.
Go ahead. Ask another question. Ask the question again. Go ahead.
The question I asked, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can. Mm-hmm.
Okay. The question I have is what should be done about the Roland Martins and the Dr. Rashad Ritchies who constantly complain about racism, white supremacy? What should be done about them?
What do you mean done about them? They're free to do whatever type of content they want to do. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if Mr. Nate here is so sick and tired of black people bitching and moaning, or other non-white people bitching and moaning about how white people are abusing them, mistreating them, subjugating them based on color, what should be done about them?
Say that again. He was snap, crackle, and popping.
I think I heard what he said. He said,
okay, repeat what he said, and then he could let you know.
I believe what he said is what should be done about the people of color that are complaining about white people mistreating them. What should be done? It's none of my business. If an individual is being mistreated based on race, they should go ahead and they should get a lawyer and they should sue instead of sitting around on social media complaining while black people like you vicariously live racism through people you have no relationship to, have nothing in common with except the color of your skin. Well, not even that. They maybe just be people of color. Do you see the insanity of being a grown man in a country that is replete with opportunities? People darker than you come here, they get rich, they have dynasties, they make great money, they buy huge portions of the country, and you're sitting here lighter in complexion than they are, complaining about some person somewhere that might be being mistreated by some white person. This is insanity on its face, and we're going to fail if we don't stop being preoccupied with this dumb shit. Asian children come here.
Nate,
don't Asian is people. I told you it doesn't matter to me. I told you it doesn't matter to me, sir. That's my answer. I don't care.
So if it does not matter to you,
yes,
you're so hostile towards those non-white persons who call this behavior out.
Well, no. I have no problem, sir. I have no problem with the people that legitimately have an issue and call out the behavior. I have a problem with people like you who are going to make a living, like Roland Martin and Michael Eric Dyson. They make a living off exacerbating the problem when it's one individual.
Hold on, wait, Linwood. I'll reach across the aisle and say this: if there's a discrepancy within the system, and that discrepancy cannot be the result of anything else, any other reason, then okay, I am okay with somebody doing something to correct a flaw in the system that's producing a bad outcome for Black people, particularly if the color of their skin is the absolutely positively only variable. Okay, I'm cool. Like I think most people would be good with that if it's baked into the system, and that's literally the only reason. But what ends up happening is when people talk about, you know, a flaw within the system, they will say, well, the percentage of Black people,
system,
they will say, hold on, real quick. Let me make this point. Let me make this point. You just spun it into some bull. See, I was about to reach across the aisle and say that if within the framework of a governmental system to where it keeps producing an outcome that's worse for Black people, and the absolute only variable, not actions, not behaviors, not hard work, but the only variable is the color of the skin, then something should be done about the system. And then you moved it from the system and you said a system of people. So now you're talking about basically my next door neighbor. Hold on.
When I say system, I'm talking precisely about a system of people. That's my apology. I should have been more precise.
What do you mean? Okay, all right. So by system of people, now, okay, hold on. Now you're talking about now you're talking about individual racism. So again,
I'm talking about a system of people collectively who classify themselves as white, who are dedicated to abusing. And
that is a lie. That is a lie on its face.
Okay. All right.
That's a lie on its face.
As not
are you hold on, wait a minute. So you're saying like this system of people, you're not even talking about the government, you're talking about a system of people. So you're talking about like white people getting together in their meetings and saying, okay, how are we going to oppress these niggas today?
Well, like Butler said it best, most white people have their daily briefings at the dinner table. So
now all right. So white people are at the dinner table talking to their children about how they're going to oppress Black people.
It's not that cut and dry, Mr. Riley.
This is insanity. I called it earlier.
I think they're at that dinner table talking to their kids about how their kids. Hold on. Wait. Time out. You want to know what I think they're at the dinner table talking about? Their kids, how their kids could better maneuver through this system and outcompete not just Black people, but the other white kids, the white kids next door, the other white kids in their classroom, hell, the Asian kids. That's what they talking to their kids about, how their kids can individually compete and win. And even the most cutthroat of white people, they probably had that conversation and said sometimes you might have to step on somebody's neck to get that shit done. But they talking about how to win within the system, and the people that they step on the neck of and fuck over is a lot of times, quite often, white people, because those are people that's competing with them for the access to win. I mean, like go look at the history of every major thing, whether it's a major company, a corporation, an invention. You're going to see the history of that is going to be a white person having an idea, another white person stealing it from them, another white person ripping, and then a fight, a legal battle, and whoever had the most might made right, and they won. And then like the people, the two brothers that created McDonald's. I mean, the two brothers that created McDonald's are not the ones who own McDonald's. Somebody stole their shit. Another white person stole their shit from them. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there, and that's one thing we got to realize. We got to get out there and compete and kick people in the nuts and try to win. But this whole
Bernard, let me ask you something, Bernard. Does this complete and total preoccupation with white people does this not seem like a psychosis, like a mental illness, to be this completely obsessed with how white people must be treating other people? You as an individual Black man have a life to live. What in the fuck could you be accomplishing right now, preoccupied with what some guy 3,000 miles away might be going through with a white person? What in the fuck could you possibly be accomplishing in your own life? This devoted to what might be happening to somebody else that you don't even know. You are insane. This is a psychosis.
BGQ.
This is straight up psychosis.
BGQ.
Leftist
BGQ.
ideology is a psychosis
BGQ.
in black people.
BGQ. BGQ.
You're insane.
That's my answer to you, sir.
And my answer to you is you're insane.
BGQ, sir. BGQ.
You're insane. You
Okay.
are
All right.
insane.
All right. All right.
BGQ.
All right. All right. All right. Sir Tyson in the building with the Super Chat. He says Chicago has 55. Baltimore has 23 schools where kids are not reading or doing math at their respective grade level. I think that's far more important than racism, but that's just my opinion. But folks are worried about racism. Got it? Shaking my head.
This is insane.
But
how are we
hold
supposed
on.
to do anything with black men like this leading us?
BGQ.
Hold on. Quit saying DGQ. It's getting annoying, and it's
And it's
I don't
gay.
even know what it means.
Did you stop?
I don't even know what that means. Okay.
Guaranteed qualification.
All right.
Oh my god.
Shout out to Andre. He says, "Good show, BR. Hope we can get more conversations like this." Oh yeah. We definitely work them in. Definitely work them in. All right. I've been trying to end the show for like the last damn hour. Perfect Blackness in here. Appreciate the super chat. Super chats do end up keeping me longer. I ain't gonna lie, but he says racism is a team sport. You either play as a team or lose by default. Dr. Claude Anderson. I don't even know if listen, I want black people. I don't even want black people to practice. I won't even call it racism. I build our own shit and practice our own nepotism or self-preservation. That's like, it is, yeah. But anyway,
Mr. Riley, you have a gentleman in your back and they need to come up.
Man, y'all just content on holding me hostage. I swear. But Ricky, I respect Ricky Manor. I'm gonna let Ricky Manor. I told Jules he was getting the last word like an hour ago, but I'm gonna let Ricky Manor get the last word for real.
I'm gonna hop off.
You got it.
But thank you for having me up.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate the conversation. Though you Jules and Linwood, do appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all coming through. All right, go ahead, Ricky Manor. You got it.
Man, this whole thing with Scott Adams, I'm looking at it like this. Scott Adams said what a lot of people feel out loud, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was no innuendos. I don't think we should cancel that man for saying what he said. At least he let us know where he stands. I don't believe in cancel culture because I believe that we should know how severe outsiders are looking at us. We want to put it to the side. We think that the problem will go away if we just don't talk about it. That's not the case. Now, as far as we were talking about with the kids in Chicago and things of that nature, those don't even belong in the same conversation. What we're dealing with now is, we're not talking about how do we improve. We shouldn't move to the pace that somebody else set for us. We should set that pace for ourselves. That's just my take on it. And as far as what Scott Adams said, I mean, if somebody feels that way, then just, pay them no never mind. That's not doing us any harm one way or the other, but we should keep our head on the swivel because we should know that type of rhetoric is now mainstream.
All right. There was some things in there that I wanted to respond to. Nate probably wanted to respond, but I gotta go for real. Hey, Jay Freeman Blackman in the building. Let me make sure. Hold on, because Jay. Yeah, that's you're gonna be the sponsor for the next show for that one because we got to end this one. You're the sponsor for the next show. Appreciate each and every one of y'all. Y'all did come through hard and heavy with the support today. So
hey, thanks for having me up, Bernard.
What'd you say?
Thanks for having me up.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Come back more often. But me and Ron Enterprise in the building with the Cash App and JC Ennis in the building with the Cash App. Almost forgot about y'all. Thank you to everybody supporting the stream. Thank you. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are out of here. Peace. We gone.